Hello, everybody. It's that time yet again. It's that time again. We gotta do more Limbus company. Limbus? Correct, Din. There is a bus. Don't you dare ruin the good name of art, Trash. After all, remember, chat. A-R-T. Limbussy. God damn it.
좋은 기회를 잡으신 것인지 오늘 헤세드님이 제시하신 제안도 포기하고 강행하시는군요.
But yes, chat, it is Limbussin time. I literally don't know anything about the new Intervalo. So, you know, this will be a fun experience. Taking notes because these lessons will be on the test. That is true, Den. I do hope you've explored the extensive lore, Den. I sure hope you've read all 9 cantos and 20 intervalos. I sure hope you've done that. It was really dragging, so I started skipping everything. Oh. Well, anyway, let's get in there. The new Intervalo. Twinning threads. I already did my mirror dungeon. Oh, also, I have a very special surprise about what I've been doing to my center team. So I hope we get to show them off today. I hope we get to show my boys. So, Din, let me catch you up on the lore of this universe. Shit's fucked, yo. Okay, so Din, let me catch you up on the Limbussy lore. First fight, it's that slow. I can live with that. But okay, so here's the lore, right? Everyone lives in a city run by corporations that are evil. I know, very hard to believe, I know. But all of them are basically using some SCP bullshit to make billions of dollars at the expense of probably your life. Anyway, someone made an actual SCP facility and poked monsters for energy. And a random robot woman went batshit crazy and made a library, which was somehow more deadly than the SCP facility. And now there's this game where John Dante from the Devil May Cry series and his 12 dipshits ride around in their badass bus, which runs on the flesh of the innocent, and basically go around collecting glowing twigs. Why? They don't know either. But every time they do, someone has fucking trauma. So, get in the bus, Dante. Dante, get in the fucking bus, Dante. So you're capturing the innocents. No, we're killing people, throwing them in the bus, which then fuels our bus. So, yes. We don't capture them. We beat them until they're barely alive, and hang on by a thread of life because the bus enjoys the food more that way. Don't question it. Don't question the interdimensional bus nightmare. It works because Faust fucking says so, and that's all the lore you're ever gonna get. How does the bus work? Why does the bus work? Why does it turn into a fucking boat when needed? Fuck you, that's why. Is a sus bus then. Oh, it pretty is sussy. Anyway. Yeah, pretty much. Actually, yeah, that's a pretty good way to look at it. We're literally collecting the Golden Kush. We're trying to make the dankest of weed, then. And Dante will not rest until he has smoked all of it. And, yeah, that's the plot of Limbus Company. Oh, also, we just got done killing the Wacky Brigade. And also, Kane's favorite character got absolutely annihilated by a cockroach. No, I will not explain more. This game is free, by the way. Go play it. Actually, funny enough, Dan, even if you don't play the other two, this game does have little lore tidbits that help you kind of catch up on the basics. But anyway, this is just after a lot of people fucking bit the dust. A funeral was held for Martin and the LC researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners, but never before had I witnessed this many people gathered in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersalt, apparently the most knowledgeable of them when it comes to the funeral process and etiquette. All manner of questions for pointers. Damn, man, that's how desensitized we are to a funeral. We don't even know how the fuck one works. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement gestures are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished.
Hey, where do I put this?
Beneath the third pillar to the right.
Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn priority that benefits the occasion? Oh, cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards.
What? Where did she get a seagull? When did she get a seagull? Anyway, hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp. Damn, man, you just gonna call out Heathcliff's house like that?
Ah, thou speak of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead? Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ophi Association, notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it's just an integral enmity to prevent family strife.
I was genuinely tripped up by the word.
Intentional enmity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral.
The name of the deceased was... Oh yeah, I forgot. Everyone forgot about her. It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I even reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, isn't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the events at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that the Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Harmon Purple. Lytton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on others' memories every now and then. Because if there was something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hidley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will. I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff at funerals, but apparently not, huh?
Well, no, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever seen a legitimate funeral. Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will.
Since funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. No fucking shit, Dante. We kill people by the thousands in the span of 2 hours. I don't think people are doing that many funerals. Bro, there's a whole city that just drops thousands of people onto the street like raining confetti. Funerals were gone a long time ago, my boy. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are unequal to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has died. The price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? To go fuck yourself, Dante.
We used to just leave them where they died. And after one night's sleep, the bodies are gone, just like that.
Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Distorting her members. Don't worry about that. The sweepers. Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis. All that rot. Better let the dead go in peace than bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it.
In Hong Young, people tend to set up graves if they had enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day.
Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. I have odious foolishness. All of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on to. Are those the words from his heart, or just something he said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. Ceremony came to a close once Alicia, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood.
So I suppose you'll be leaving now?
We're staying until Gregor is stable enough to travel.
Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles.
Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a quick checkup, and Hohenheim said there's no cause for concern. Physically, that is. Psychological assessment turned up disaster, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being.
So you won't be leaving just yet? Good to know. And I assume you'll be okay with us barring Sinclair for a while?
Me?
Yes, you. The LCW wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair.
Why? Please stop stealing my boy. People stop stealing my baby boy.
The higher-ups don't want to waste the higher-ups didn't waste a single second greenlighting the project, which means that what I'm telling you is more investigation than a request for information.
What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. I knew Kane was going to be happy to see Mortclair come back. It's Mortclair. Sinclair, me and you, Limbus Company for 100 years. 100 years, Sinclair. Limbus Company, 1,000 years. Just you and me going on adventures. You and me. Oh, jeez, Dante. Human experimentation.
Did you have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two of your skin, maybe some talk therapy, that's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly...
No, I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh yeah, Din, so in the last thing... okay, so what we can do in this world, my team specifically, Din, I can resurrect them, because fuck you, I'm Dante, but also I can reach into parallel universes and rip that fucking sinner from that universe to fight for my cause. So Sinclair did that in the last chapter, but without spoilers in case you do play this game, Motherfucker did it from the future. That's why they have so many forms. Yes! Because I'm literally ripping them from another space and time. Except that ID. Again, he just straight up manifested the fucking future. He manifested the future and then literally did the time traveler going back and going, "Ah, man, so you haven't heard about World War II yet." What do you mean, World War II? What do you mean? There's a sequel. Oh, sweet, which war did we win? The first or second one? What? Ugh, boy. For your reference, the other departments have all submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes.
Oh, you have no idea. We had to get the boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium? Ah, I see. Department in their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spear the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us. Least you can do to thank. So the least you can do to thank us to be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researcher here.
Also, there's usually voice acting, but for the first time of Intervalos, there are no voice acting. But yes, all these people actually do have voices. They just don't for the side story right now, until we eventually one day get hard mode. Except the main story. The main story also always has voice acting. At least the way the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall for paying their respects. It was long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Oh wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me.
Of course.
Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into a full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with them?
Oh, it's back to long-term recovery reward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally.
Enjoy it while it lasts. I expect that every request of PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year.
Well, that's true. Your average corporation doesn't get more than a week off a year.
As soon as Alicius trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried him, really, away.
Alright, we should get going too.
Oh, did you all have somewhere else to be?
Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I've been worried about him.
Got something I said to help with. I've got to be there for it.
I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the research doesn't stop them if they try.
A week's worth of sick leave is all you get for a year? That's like real life! Except in this world, you can fucking die at your job!
If they try any fishy with the experiments. Let me know if you need anything later, Dante.
Listeners fanned out in different directions. Seem to have their own errands to run during their stay at the LC. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Ryoshu, how you doing? The only one keeping me company now were Ryoshu, had been filling the air with a thick cigarette smoke. You can also die at work IRL too. Yeah, but I mean, Tress, usually the deaths are like... Usually when you die at work, it's an accident. You usually don't go into work and go, ah yes, the entire department was fucking nuked by a time bomb. Or, oops, our robots accidentally started shooting the healing drugs that turned you into goop. Or, ah man, isn't that a shame that the SCP-106 has breached containment once again? Too bad there's no HIV turnaround, huh? Or, you know, the classic Nazi core. Or the classic getting your shit pushed in by the funny robot racists. By the way, Din, those are basically all real things that can happen to you in the city. Yes, there is just an entire a fucking paramilitary of people racist to prosthetics. What's that? You have a wooden peg leg? Have you considered the rope? What's that? A glass eye? How about you glass eye this dick in your mouth, player? You have a pacemaker? Well, don't worry. I'm gonna make you speed up that pace to your maker, alright? Fucking nail. And Don Quixote, who is sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. I will forever always think that says Vestra, and it will kill me slightly. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Del shaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing a stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. And there's something I had intended to discuss with you and Cineriyoshu. A matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? W-K-O-A, says C-H. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? I'm still surprised Ryoshu call us all her friends. I think that's still the most character development I've ever witnessed in a human. It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpreting actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstruction of that which requires interpretation to yet another logistic form equally demanding of it. It seems we're in need of more manpower. Stretching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea crossed his mind. The near his gaze was certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless question. Do not! Hohenheim, don't you fucking dare make her my interpreter, you absolute ghoulish bastard.
Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull.
You there. Why don't you join us too?
Dost thou speak of me?
The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote in a rather forced interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Just full sprinting down the hall. All they hear in the distance behind them is, Limbus Company! Oh! It's like, have you... Oh, chat, you know what meme I'm talking about? Like, there's a dude sprinting down a school hall, and then there's just that black humanoid figure floating in the air. That's Don Quixote trying to find Vespa. Oh. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Indeed. Oh, hold on. First of all, I can full screen this. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. Oh, don't you fucking bullshit me. I know. Hold on. Yeah, it's because I had to click onto the game. 1 second. It'll pop up. There we go. Boop. Takes it a second. But I know this game does do full screen. Just fucking...
But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon.
You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? He's fucking good. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2.
I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee?
Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Senator number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be report to me what the manager says.
Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee allow me a little time to uncover its mystery.
Relay the manager's words, not Senator Yoshi's. Don, I'm gonna interpret both. Hero, motherfucker.
They're asking you what kind of assistance you need.
The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I can't deny that your meddling, in the present circumstances, is a welcome one.
It was simple that the irrational and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation.
In any case, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. No, you don't want to go to the back rooms. You don't want to go there. 106 is back there. You don't want to go back there. I deem that two of you should be the most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you are the ones monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation. And Senator number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? H-O-S-R-A? You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust.
Sure.
Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. Oh, one more member? Seeing me tilt my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She's regained consciousness. Motherfucker regained consciousness from literal bisection? Okay. Bro, is she coming on an adventure time with me? The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. Getting answers horrifies me. Oh, this place looks, well-equipped.
Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, faculty of this kind require to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable.
Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed in the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look too much different from how she appeared when I saw her through the center's shared vision.
She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? For how long is the progress of the extraction?
It hasn't yet begun, actually. We're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders.
Then what's she even doing here?
And there's work to be done. There is work to be done contingent upon information obtained only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with upper management, I decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended.
No TV, no comic books, a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate.
Hohenheim didn't much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imputable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said.
What?
Your survival is not incidental. It's a result of calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. Their management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or, shall we say, lack thereof, in the project's income statement. Well, let's just say that such a reassessment would screw heavily against your favor. The outcome would be recommended for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could be prickly and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt like he'd trade the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt.
I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live. Not after I killed a bazillion of your guys.
So you anticipated some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. And is indeed a curious line of reasoning. I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to overlook choices that may incur losses.
The value of the information that could be extracted from a apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of the Great Brother of the Middle, those two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh?
You should consider yourself fortunate.
Huh? The heck are you on about?
Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediate steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electric shocks, and stimulations. And of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LC department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar whatever that is.
You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister?
The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite see myself today. Disregard that. It was a rather foolish thing to say. For this matter, you manager. Work of this sort falls more within your capabilities than my own. With that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCA had just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? Ah! The negotiator. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. Oh, bruh. Fucking beautiful.
The negotiator.
The negotiator. I can't wait to see how this plays out. I was still caught in the thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira.
Yoshide?
You.
Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias.
Yeah, Matthias.
That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. And besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous, even to you? That's...
Thrown out?
That fucker, Matthias, was a GB, only by technicality. He fucked up badly. You're still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising it's the ST for the bowl cut, too. Same tastes? Oh, young Ryushu, could it be that thou does harbor a passionate zeal for
I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation.
So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll SYNK right this instant.
Which in this game always catch me off guard. Not used to that in games. Well, I mean, to be fair, Den, you know, when... Hold on. Let me... There was literally a faction, Den, that creates art pieces out of dead corpses. But once you start doing shit like that... Let me see if I can find some of the art. Damn. Nah, I can't find it. But yes, there's literally corpse... Sounds horrifying. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, once you start seeing the fucked up nightmare of this reality, it's like, you know... Throwing a few F-bombs when after you saw somebody, after you literally bisect a motherfucker is like, fuck it. Sure.
What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. SYNK isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Oh, whatever. I get it, okay. I'll talk if that's what you want so bad.
That actually worked.
Fixers who go on a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. Ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, SYNK? That's so random. Who even says that?
Maybe she didn't bother replying and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. Was this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle a score with.
As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Cluck. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means much to the stray that she'd bite us? Besides... No. Better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Ha! Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright.
Kira pushed herself up from the bed from a sour... She pushed herself up from the bread with a sourdough, yes, with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Honheim, who'd been waiting outside back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency.
What the hell? I can't even unsheath it.
You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Dress, don't spoil those kind of things. Din may play the game one day. Besides, that's not even the worst thing the city does. Now then, let's head to the House of Spiders at once. Back door installed. It's just too low priority at the moment. Play it now. Play it now, Din. I'm not giving you a choice. I pull out the Glock 19. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Away we go. That's a weird combat symbol. Either way, time to deploy the boys. Yeah, they'll work.
이거 참 설레는구려.
Only a few days had passed since our last visit. The place looked remarkably different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretches of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks, bleed burn team, they're more of complete bullshit team, but yeah, right, basically. We're now covering white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were fixed all around the back doors.
Pray thee, who might these people thither be?
Tether? Now you're just making shit up.
Looks like some shady bastards moved in already.
Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is the team leader, Alan, from the Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation of the house's back doors.
Alan!
Wayfarer Company?
A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one.
Shit, Chad, I don't actually know what this guy sounds like. He hasn't gotten a voice yet. This is his first appearance. How do I want this guy to sound? Damn, man. If I knew where my fucking gas mask was, I would absolutely go run, grab it, and put it on to voice this guy. I would actually go get a gas mask for this, but I don't know where it is. Might still be at the front door. I'll go look for it later. Also, I love how we have guys like Hohenheim, Dante, Virgilius, Charon, Faust, and then, like, who shows up today? Fucking John. John from accounting. There he is. Like, damn, man. That's gotta suck to be born with a boring-ass name like fucking Alan. In this world in particular, I mean, that's gotta fucking suck. Like, everyone else has these cool-ass names, and, oh man, I'm Phil. Oh wait, no, that's literally the name of one of the boss fights, isn't it? Fucking Philip. That's why he's a bitch. The disrespect, man, the actual disrespect. Don't worry, Din. One day I'll tell you. You'll see the story of Library of Ruina. Multiple boss fights, actually, where he runs like a pussy in every single fucking one of them, which was actually hilarious, Tress, because at one point a dude was using the Philip ID, and then like it got to the point where Sinclair switches out to do the thing, so it looked like everyone, even the guy who did the video was like, oh my god, he's performing Philip's signature move, running like a bitch. It's Philip's signature move. Running like a little pussy. So Din, there's a thing that can happen in this world where you can manifest ego, where you basically fight through your trauma and gain super armor, weapons, ability. You basically become a Super Saiyan. Or, if you fuck it up, you become a horrible nightmare creature and people have to do therapy on you by beating the fuck out of you. Philip managed to manifest ego, meaning he should be a badass, and then immediately distorted because he sucks. He literally became unstoppable and then fucking threw it away. Oh, Philip's garbage. Just know he's complete garbage. And I fucking hate every time I have to find him, because it's not him that's the boss fight, it's the people around him that are the boss fight. God, he sucks. God, I hate Philip. I don't feel bad for him at all. I only feel bad for the chick he was gonna marry when, at the end of Library of Ruina. I only feel bad for the fucking guitar case girl. That's it. That's the only one I feel bad for. Oh yeah, I still need to think of a name for this guy. Ooh. Oh. Peter Griffin, no idea why. I won't be doing that. Alright, let's see if I can pull off this effect. I have something I could use. Yeah, you're clean enough for my purposes. I genuinely hope my... Okay, oh shit, my voice still does come through. Excellent. Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp. Something we have in common, given we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember that company vying to take W Corp's. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right? Same horizon. We were talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen fucking twice. While W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department. Our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more oh, by the way, Trust, last night when I did Mirror Dungeon, I decided to do one go to see what I would get. Instantly got fucking Rodian. So, yeah, first 10 pull, and I just instantly got her. Easy clap. Diamond Hansa. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave them an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Oh, thank Christ! I don't have to make his voice muffled anymore. Wouldn't even dignify Limbus with getting pulls. Not until Valencia. Huh? Not until probably next week. It happens to everyone, Kane. I had to wait several intervalos for fucking Don Quixote, as they call her. She can't be next week? Why not? Oh, not next week. In the next 2 weeks. The next pull, I mean. It should be her and maybe Ryoshu. I hope it's her and Otis. I want the two mommies. I want the next pull to be the two mommy nurse fathers. She's not coming. She's coming, Kane. You have to have faith, Arthur. I grab you, Kane. You have to have faith.
With all due respect, Dutch, is this Tahiti plan really gonna work out?
You tell me, Arthur. Is it? Have some goddamn faith!
Have some goddamn faith, Kane. Alan gave them an understanding nod. The man slipped off his book and helmet before extending his hand and greeted. This man looks like Pilot, but older. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Class in 55 minutes, so yay. Just skip it, Tress. Oh, likewise. Before Faust could relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strange, uneven rhythm, as if my tick-tocking didn't bother him at all, like he was actually sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products. Wait, we have products? What the fuck do we sell? All we're selling is ass whippings. And the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Monoliths. Nah, trust, what we're selling is ass beatings. At $3.50 a pop. We sell ass whippings $3.50 a pop, motherfucker. Oh yeah, you're supposed to be a distortion resolving specialist to the public, but what's that product part about? The manager says it's merely a matter of luck. I also look forward to working with you on this task. Faust, you lying whore! Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She readily came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He was referring to the Monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Okay, Tress, I remember that there was a Monolith involved with Blade Boys. And that's kind of what set off a distortion, technically. Do we actually know what the fuck a Monolith is besides funny distortion rock? Funny anti-therapy, if you will? Nope. Excellent. Also, Din, so here's the funny thing about distortions. That's a brand new thing because the main character of the first game's girlfriend, who was supposed to bring light and hope to the world, got cut off short by her technical robot daughter. So now she just runs around telling people, you should distort yourself. Now! So instead of making people their best selves like she always tried to do in life, she effectively makes you try to commit ego suicide. Do you fight her then? No, she's already dead. She just fucking exists. You know that voice in the back of your head sometimes that just says, you'll never be good enough? Maybe you should just kill all those infants over there. Yeah, imagine that, but a real entity that comes into your dreams and at your worst possible moments and goes, die. In fact, actually, if anyone ever wants a good example, watch Kamen Rider Wizard. There's literally Tress, I actually think you'd really like Kamen Rider, but Kamen Rider Wizard is basically if Carmen was in real life, because they're basically a bunch of demons that try to make you lose hope and have your soul explode so a monster can take over your body. They're literally trying to make you lose hope so you distort. It's more like bribing with sweetened words. Effective. Actually, hold on. I can actually show you one of my favorite speeches from Library of Verona. I'll turn that down. Let me see if I can find this. Okay. No, hold on, Trust. This will basically explain all of it.
All right, this week, raspberries, Greek yogurt.
Cover your
Yes.
wheat for less.
Yes, this explains it.
It's an Aldi thing.
Yes, Aldi explains it. I assure you. That was all you needed to know.
전부 죽었구나. 아무도 남아있지 않아. 이곳에서 너희는 끝까지 나와 함께 싸웠고, 그리고 사라졌지. 혼자 남아있는 모습이 항룡 유해하기에 그지없구나. 어둠밖에 없다. 앞이 보이지 않아. 어디로 나아가야 할까? 발을 내디딜 수 있는 용기는 어디에서 올까? 너희는 대체 무엇을 그리 끝까지 믿었나? 이길 수 있다는 희망, 굳센지도자, 혹은 책을 얻겠다는 목적. 안타깝게도 지금까지 들었어. 하지만 생을 위해 숨이 잠시 머무르고 다시 돌아가기 위해 흩어지듯 언젠가 다시 너희를 만나 물을 내려오겠지.
넌 나와 닮게 만들어주고 나와 같은 생각을 하게 될 줄 알았지만 이제부터 너와 나는 다른 길을 걷게 되겠네.
또 너인가? 끈질기게도 말을 거는군. 난 내가 스스로 불러온 절망에 주저앉고 두려워하지 않겠다. 인간이. 그리고 내가 극복하지 못할 건 없어. 참고 견뎌 굳세게 나아가면 최상의 결과에 도래할 것이라 믿고 있다. 정말 순수하게 믿고 있어.
난 앞으로도 나의 길을 나아갈 테니 너 역시 네 길을 나아가길 바랄게. 사랑할 수 있을 때까지는.
아니야. 그런 것에 주저앉을 필요 없어. 절망이 없다면 희망 또한 필요 없어져. 희망이 있기에 두려움이 생기지만 두려움이 있기에 용기가 존재하고, 이 모든 게 없다면 삶이 없다. 살아야 할 이유가 없는 것과 마찬가지네. 내가 어떻게 이 생동함을 느끼지 않겠는가? 여전히 난 나를 위해 싸울 것이다. 나를 위해 목숨 바친 동료들을 무시하겠다는 게 아니야. 아니, 어쩌면 내가 여기서 너희 때문에 주저앉는 것이 무시하는 행위일 수도 있지.
도시 사람들이 그렇구나. 자신을 외면하지 않고.
네 말은 끝까지 내 마음에 들지 않는군. 홀로 선 나무는 숲을 이룰 수 없다라. 재밌는 이야기야. 비록 혼자여도 밤은 찾아온다. 그리고 새벽이 오지 않는 밤은 없지. 한낮 사라질 별 따위가 떠오르는 태양의 빛을 이길 수 있을까? 각오해라. 오늘 도시의 별 하나가 질 테니.
As monstrous that looks, then, that's not her distorting. That's gaining ego. That is the boss fight going round 2, motherfucker. Boss fight 2. as a distortion, you kind of can communicate, but you're more of a mindless, psychotic motherfucker. But what she does in that is manifest ego and become infinitely more powerful by denying Carmen's depression. Which is, again, basically just Kamen Rider. Wizard. That's the entire fucking thing of it. World of I. But yes, truly one of my favorite scenes, and I never got to in Library of Ruina. And went, you know what, fuck you. Isn't a one and done. Nope. Well, I mean, technically, the dog girl. Actually, fun fact, Tress, about the dog girl in Library of Ruina. The reason she's a distortion and looks like that is because her entire middle brother organization her group was entirely annihilated, so she went, oh, there is no hope in family. Fuck it. Distort. But no, I mean, maybe? Was there one? But no, I mean, you don't have to distort and be dead, like I was saying to Din. Distortion is basically, you can come back, we're just gonna have to give you therapy by beating the literal piss out of you. Don't worry, we're gonna talk about your feeling. We're gonna talk about your No, that guy didn't distort. The dude in that in Kanto, he didn't distort. He got ego. Nope. No, Trish, he didn't. No, I've looked it up, and I've looked at a lot of stuff and rewatched it. He doesn't distort. That's his ego. He was about to distort. He was on the edge. He was really at the edge of distorting, and then went, nah, I got research to do. Fuck this nerd. That's his ego! That's actually straight up his ego. That's what makes it hilarious, Stress. He just didn't give a shit. He's like, man, I got paperwork to do, man. I gotta get back there and beat your ass. That was his ego because he needed to do his goddamn paperwork. Round 2 of the ego, I guess, or something. I don't fucking know, man. Bro, I barely even understood what the fuck was happening that whole fight. I don't know why there was a cow. Anyway. But I mean, technically that can happen, Tress, because that's what happens to Philip. Philip gains his ego and then distorts. So maybe that's what happened to him, but from what I remember, that's not what happens to that guy. He just genuinely didn't give a fuck about what Carmen was saying, because he's like, nah, I got research. Nah, I gotta do some more fucked up experiments on a chicken. Oh. Yeah. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect. As detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kara with a pointed look. Deep as fuck because they only chop the wings. Damn. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've pretty much got nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albana hit up that door and the other one there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but Tress, I don't talk about food. I have to wait till tomorrow till I get paid, and then I'm gonna fucking destroy something. I don't know what. Farm? Yeah, it's gathering material. I see. Oh, what kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. They're probably connected to some backstreets areas. Backstreets? Any more details? Actually, funny enough, Tress, I was actually spoiled about these guys' introductions because they show up for Riodian's ID, but they're not named. I just saw a glimpse of them. I was like, oh, those guys look weird. But I guess they're part of my company, I guess. I didn't realize those were W Corp boys. Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. But that's literally all I've got for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira. My name is Yoshide Kira. With a stiff expression. And even before I could register what happened, Kira's head jerked from the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Oh! Beating women! I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge surprise attacks easy, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. She wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. Fists being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the change of action was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou! What manner of discourteousness is this? With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be appropriate in this case. Team Leader Allen. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I'll keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied without Hohenheim handled the situation. He has to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Oh yeah, Dan, the reason she's a little bit more annoyed by that is because in her gang, if you like piss off anyone in the gang, you go in the book. Have you ever seen Warhammer? You know anything about like the fantasy Warhammer? Nope. Okay, well, in fantasy Warhammer, there's the dwarves, right? But they literally have a book of grudges, to where if you do anything against the dwarven race, it doesn't matter how long it takes, it doesn't matter what it takes, you get in the book and they will get satisfaction. That's basically what the organization she was a part of, but instead of, like, I don't know, going and sieging your town, they're gonna find you specifically, snap your legs, and probably kill your whole family. Or like what they did with one of the characters when they fucked up, murder an entire fucking district. Makes your joke canon. What, the back streets? Or the back rooms? Which joke? Bit of an overreaction. Yes. Oh. Well, then yes it is, but also they are literally a criminal organization going up against other criminal organizations in this shithole of the world. Now, usually it's not too bad. You know, if you if you're in the organization and insult another organization member, they're a little bit more lenient too, but they basically are just a big-ass family. So it's not like, oh, you pissed off a family member? We're gonna kick your ass then. We're gonna happily beat your ass. They're like a somehow more chill Yakuza. Somehow. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. Punch us now, though. What was that? It exhibited behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by a Wayfarer company. Let us resume the task at hand. Senryoshu, give Manager Allen what information you have. That door should lead to the ring's protected turfs. The other two on the left, remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I-N-A-H and I, where they actually lead. It's all blurry. Seems that's all the information we can provide. Well, that suffice. Well, now we know the doors likely connect to the perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for the Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past these doors. Also, trust, I kind of figured there was backroom shit, because, again, remember the fucking Mephistopheles? I kind of assumed the spider's house, the House of Spiders, was also in that same reality as the Mephistopheles' back doors. I assume they were all connected, but we're just in some far-off nightmare corner of the back rooms. It's all connected. We're in the space between spaces. Which I assume W Corp is weirdly tapping into. But W Corp is gay and cringe. I can say that because I'm pretty sure Ellen is gay as fuck. My girl. My baby girl. Yeah. I figured. Tress, did you not watch Trepang? Do you not remember when I had a literal grenade that could actually warp in monsters? Do you not remember that? We've been in this place before. Riding all... Do you not remember Trepang? Well, not Trepang. Entropy 02? But also Trepang? You remember Trepang? I was there for Trepang. I remember the funny nightmare skull. Don't worry, Den. One day you'll see the funny nightmare skull, I promise. But do you remember Trepang? I remember. I was there for Trepang. You think this tech surprises me, Tress? I've played these games before. In fact, I've already been doing storylines with shit that can do that. My tabletop, one of its boss fights is literally that. Backroom wire monster. Yeah. Tress. That's been my tabletop for the last 4 years. I've already and that was just the table. I've been doing that. That shit doesn't surprise me at all. I'm actually surprised more people don't use that kind of shit for, like, horror. Oh, like, I love monsters that can do that. Like, the weird beyond time and space shit. It's just Lovecraftian. All these squares make a circle, and all these circles make a triangle. Which means that, okay. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Senryoshu mentioned. Ha! You don't trust me at all, huh? Why even bring me along? During Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices at the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in door number 1. Oh yeah! Din! Remember when we were talking about the nightmarish, hellish bullshit that the ring does? With, like, their grotesque nightmares of art? You know, sometimes they paint art with blood, sometimes they, don't worry about Mr. Popo, don't you worry about him. What the fuck? Oh, that's weird. I thought it was on Mr. Full. I thought it was on the full screen, but
accidentally switched it. Whoops. Hold on. What did you just say? What the heck? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? So, yeah, Dan, remember when we were talking about the horrible, nightmarish, like, human art? Meet the furry artists! Meet the city's version of the internet furry artist. Behold, instead of using nightmarish bullshit for humans, we take animals. Even the Lovecraftian ones. So imagine this art, this horrible stitched together fuck nightmare, but it's human organs. And yeah, that's pretty much what another group does in the same faction. But yes, welcome to the internet furry section of the city. Effectively where Tress would be. I'm pretty sure Tress is right around that corner. So as that counts as art. Oh, to them in their group, this is based purely on human suffering. We don't talk about them. There's also a group that eats people and turns them into fucking suits. I don't mean like flesh suits. I mean like an actual suit and tie. They discombobulate you and make you into a fucking suit. That is bulletproof, by the way. We don't ask questions anymore. Is that a fucking gorilla? I'm actually now more scared to know that the city has living gorillas than I am knowing they do this fucked up stuff. I'm more scared knowing that there is a bear out there, meaning there can be a bear anomaly. You're telling me Jove can distort? Tepes is a blood fiend? I don't even remember who the fuck Tepes is. I don't even know that guy. The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once. Drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals? It felt like a gallery of sorts. But it was so quiet, the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shared the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Tress, if you're going to talk about fucked up shit based on human suffering, I don't care if it's in this game. Dracula isn't even, like, the vampire go-to. You go to Vlad the Impaler. Weirdly enough, different guy. You go to the guy from fucking Masquerade the Bloodlines. No, Tress, you don't understand. In that game, there are vampires, but then there's one vampire who is so fucked up, when your character, also a vampire, shows up, he's like, behold my fucked up nightmare galaxy. Genuinely, in that game, like, the dude we're supposed to look human. This dude looks like a Lovecraftian fuckstick who just makes furniture out of people that are sentient. He is SCP-102. Or 102. I assure you, I've seen things. After a moment, someone shared the sounds, but yeah. Holy shit, scale's just insane. That's the whale from the 8th Association Great Lakes Special issue. I'm sorry, someone killed a fucking whale? Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing in real life sure hits different, and the Indigo Ellard solo one-shot these monsters with a harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale, but it doesn't look like the one we encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity, modified. Outskirts born. They look almost alive. But they're not, right? No, they're not, duh. Though Robo-Unk did say the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Yeah, still looks sick, though. and 5 really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn displayed off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. Said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The Eye of the Second Kindred. The House of Tepes. What is it doing here? At the moment the word kindred couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whales was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leading on a more gruesome side of things. Staring with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, the body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from a human body. It's a gallery. Of the... Yeah, it's definitely not the dude from Vampire the Masquerade's Bloodline. That motherfucker was bullshit. That motherfucker bullied. You don't even know, Trish. You don't even know. I'll get that game fucking working on stream one day, and then you'll know. Then you'll understand. Of the School of Phallism. Probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we'll be making our exit shortly. Prepare an initial lockdown sequence. Before Honam can even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Oh shit! Turns to the sounds of shoes clacking on the floor. We found a strange figure wearing animal masks staring directly at us. Oh fuck! It's the furry convention! Mayday! Mayday! Oh god! It's Furfest! Get us the fuck out of here! On your feet, soldier! We are leaving! That present, kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way. It's not a raid boss, we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here! Colorful, truly. It's not that simple. Treating is not a viable solution here. The store's connected to the House of Spiders. Even without installing a security system, we'll invite pursuit. We must stall them until Al is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. The situation thickened. One of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. Ironically, that is what ruined Woden would look like. The voice that spoke to us carried equal parts curiosity and delight. There she is. There's ruined Woden right there, ladies and gentlemen. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from a parent's web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. Makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing to raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferociousness yet carnivorously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You are that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour seminar praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Bernot, was it? That's right! Emile Bernot. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chick's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still as sly as a raven. Unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactile of hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryosha was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro, but I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence! And Kyoto, who had been shooting the ring members in incensed glare sparked by the discovery of the kindred eye, swiftly relayed the words to Hohenheim without a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Allen's hands, not mine. Despite its nature, time-consuming work. Cannot expect haste. Perhaps this makes the situation juncture to a trial plan A. Plan A? Any suggestion that involves Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, as he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. The moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potential is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshi's blade. Ariashiki. Is that how you say it? Ariashiki? Ariashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've longed to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration material that was so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryushi is the world of Ariashiki. Don Quixote is the kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my fucking head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshi? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, clock. Think of that woman as a hang, and do as you did in H.G's mansion. I'll take care of I'll take care of the rest. You're right. It's probably our best shot. Where Ryushu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Ariashiki. Even didn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us time to get away. This florist exhibit only houses submissions from students and decadents. But if you look closely enough, there's some passable ones that show promise of excellency. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Taoism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Bayanoff. Which is why I would prefer to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A mess one is led, requiring the Ariashiki makes it worth the cost. Only if you want a taste. Illusion flickered across Ryoshi's face and tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock of the house of spires used to bind Ariashiki no longer exists. So why? Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, are they false? Maestro gave only a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash. The maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove the hypothesis. It's hard to guess what she'd been thinking. Notice, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success? Or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student. They'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced towards us with an assured certainty. Then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone but ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice cold ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and the crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, was it better to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? Maestro plunged her arm into a long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of a nurse father's, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. Attack from the ego gear, Hohenheim hastily brandishes what didn't even last a moment. Weapon was knocked from his hand. As it scrambled to equip the sinners with their identity, something abruptly stopped the beast like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow? Shit. Holy fuck, that's a big arm. What's Kira? Dragging the push back the serpentine arm with her steel-sealed blade. Kira! She didn't have a change of heart. Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit! This wasn't the plan at all! Obviously not. She couldn't change her man that quickly. The look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. Middle. For someone who didn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be the new Kit Matthias Brookin. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. You're definitely gonna ditch me here. How did even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral fest of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Expected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yabbing and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now! Kira's thermal weapons emerge from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She's the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Binot's arm from the deadlock as well. Maestro's lashed out again with the monster's slim butt. Huh? There's a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel! Behold, for I shall allow thee to glimpse from a badass form that only the most renowned figures have displayed throughout the ages. I was not ready for Don Quixote to say the badass form. I wasn't ready for that. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed to the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. However, the sheer force of the Maestro attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, seeing her remains crashing onto the floor. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. It's exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with me, having a sizable force of ring trailing right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She held her head in defeat, as though she knew fully well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I think diving in like that? You! We're just standing there! Get over here now! But these eyes are gonna come flooding in if I... UTTM. When I get cleaved in half again. You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down her again, Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. One of the few students rushed the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone on ahead, but... Lockdown sequence completed! All back door links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two vectors before the Maestro could cross over. Bulkhead, you can still use your arms. I'm fine, so she says. Kira would be a strong addition to fight for us. The ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I called out the sinners, their voices came through Honheim's radio one after the other. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever... Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me! Oh, Truss, are you still here? Come on. Yeah! Truss, want to see my fucking facades? So, it's the ring student, but I gave her the gun girl. I did the same with Wild Hunt. So here's my squad. Assemble the barrels. Chibi fight time.
팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
Bing bang! Also, I love how we have Kira, and then we have Ishmael, who I'm using the ID, which is Kira. Double the Kira, double the pleasure.
하고들 시간이다. 잔무에.
gauge, bitch.
기술을 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
올바른 방법으로 부채에게 일격을 가해주는 이것이 바로 정보의 힘.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해볼까요? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
Get him, Lance.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
サンタさんのそしてとても効果的でした。
입이 다물어지지 않을 정도의 일격이었네!
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은
Now you got some SP, boys. Rattle 'em. Yeah, the flip mechanic is pretty easy to understand. Understanding everything else, however.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Fire!
방심해.
You stand nary a chance, boy.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지.
You got this. That's what's up, Fishmail.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
Anyone else?
찔러놓고
No?
웃겨냈지만
I didn't think
저것들은
so.
언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고
Best
파괴되고
girl.
다시 교체되는 거지.
Best girl.
이 얼마나 완벽하게 그지없는 나만의 지옥인가.
It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear I thought that was it for me back there.
Events of this nature won't be frequent. We're merely beset by ill luck.
If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't going to trust me? Weirdos.
You would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD.
SD, what's that?
Same difference.
Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or spell it out and say it was anticipated.
That's W-A. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer, does this team dedicated have a team dedicated to this sort of work? But the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. I like how you guys wanted me to make him Peter Griffin, but honestly, he sounds more like from how we talk. I'm trying to. Not really Wheatley, but there is a character in a game that's just like disturbingly upbeat despite how fucked everything is. That's this guy. The odds of completing the first Orphan expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping on his device, Alan addresses with an amicable smile. He seemed different from the same man who had manhandled Kara with a fist to her face. Those Faoists won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clocked, and those Faoist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified with what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge on alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves overmuch. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on a house of spiders citizen. They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Faoist Maestro seems to lack clear intel on the events that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, Falls they'll need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns would be identifying the organization that secured the House of Spiders, possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. And once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are complete, the resulting security framework should be able to preemptivate and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Yoshi lifted the sheath sword with an irritated frown, and then, when I felt a faint vibration, the blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. 'Twas seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back memories of Aria? Ryoshi, do you... Is it an SS? A demon edge? Enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Or is it a sentient sword? This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. Technician now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too. We to return to headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate.
경미한 손실을 제외하면 완벽에 가까운
Damn, I wasn't even paying attention.
이제 말씀하셨던 야근을 속히
어이, 알후가 탈출했다.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to have another, I just wanted Faust to be a different thing. I've used fucking N-Corp Faust so long, those animations make me want to die. And I like L-Corp Remnant. Also, so what I just did there was basically, if you have one of your IDs uptied to level 4, the highest uptie it can be, giving it like super benefits in combat, you can use it as a facade, which means if you're using another skin, you're Hello. You're basically using, like, the facades are basically you using another ID on another ID. So it uses all that, the facade ID's attack animations, but it's using the actual ID's attacks and skills and stuff. So if you like how one ID looks and, like, does its attacks, you can use it as a facade and put it on anything, any other one, as long as it's tier 4 and you spend your shit on it. Anyway, yes, welcome, hello. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is the forward base constructed by Limbus Company, following Operation Spiderpire. Did not exist before the house's fall. How are we doing today? Pretty good. Just playing the new Limbussin Intervalo. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. It's literally the Backrooms group. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects as a spatial awareness of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. Accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who tagged along either to watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment included, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at least. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed felt almost like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come on, Ryoshu. I expect you want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. Examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair then. Oh wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabbro. Crab homie. With a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped to his back. Snack thief. Manager.
Geno's snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them.
Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding.
Verge. Kick his ass.
Virgil. Beat his ass. Not only is a matter not worth pointing finger overs, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood.
Charon super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day.
Deploying super pass bitter candy. Okay, so Din, you wanna know a cool fucking... Chad, you wanna know something really fucking cool? Project Moon has bonus shit outside of the games. There was a comic that's no longer canon, which was about, like, a group at a lobotomy corp faction, like one of the lobotomy corp areas, and it was like a story all about what the daily life of them was. Pretty fucking cool, pretty good. You can still find it somewhere, but it's no longer canon. But there was one Distortion Detective where the yellow dude there, Vespa, he comes from, and two other characters when you play the game, you'll see them. Two characters from that, which is a novel, which is also free online. I can DM you the link to it, but yeah, these are all free online. You can just go look at them and read them. But Virgil and Charon, before Limbus Company came out, he has a comic about how he became the badass, the Red Gaze in this game. It's the story about him and Karen, how they met and why they're kind of here. Yeah, if you want to, I haven't even read that yet. I haven't even read Distortion Detective, but yeah, if you want to know more about these two, despite what's in this game, and there is a lot in this game for them, you can learn all about those two. In fact, a character I know from Library of Ruina shows up in there, and it really gives Virgil a bad time. But what I do know is, basically, Virgil has adopted Charon as his daughter. Charon is effectively his daughter from an orphanage that was destroyed by a horrible nightmarish meat monster. She also is the driver of the bus. No, I fuck you not, the child is the driver. We're so fucked.
Beep beep, mode disabled.
Not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I move the paper from my back? It's a little uniform. Yeah, no. She can't even read a fucking map. At one point at the start of the game, when you'll see it, one person's like, "Man, let me help you read a map. I can teach you." She's like, "No." Charon drives with a heart commands. Charon goes with a heart needs.
Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Also, in an April Fool's event, she took over Virgilius' body and then beat the shit out of us in this man's body with a teddy bear. I can spoil that because, unfortunately, Din, you will have to look up the April Fool's events. They're all really good. But those are, like, limited time. They show up for a little while and then fuck off. There's also one where Virgil, this hyper badass super soldier, is a fucking 5-year-old in a T-Rex suit. This game gets really fucking weird, and I love it. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled the snack teeth down off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. It's really hard to do Virgil's voice, because his voice is so fucking cool, Dan. Let me see if we can find, like, a clip of YouTube. Virgil saying, yeah. This is generally this man's voice when saying Dante's name.
Dante, 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 Dante,
Dante,
Dante,
Dante. I could never do that man's voice justice. Are you fucking insane?
이 쓰잘데기 없는 일거리를 나마저 해야 하는가? 귀찮은 일만 바가지로 들어오는구만.
Man's voice is fucking sexy, dog. I'll admit it. But no, genuinely, Dan, everyone does, whenever they think of this man, the first way he ever says Dante's voice is... Dante. And that is how everyone forever remembers him saying Dante's name. Forever. Every time he does it. Dante. Dante. Don Quixote. Like, you have to put some fucking phlegm on that shit or you're not doing it right. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth.
Oh, wait a minute, I was saving that for later.
I assumed you were being picky.
Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verge. Kick his ass.
Rodion Romanovich. I'm aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each center is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE's supply as well.
Chill, that's how it's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that, this is this.
Don't you fucking invoke my boy, Roland. Lines on Virgilius's brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of his endless cycle of snack-related headaches and satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our god and broke his breathing sounds with my tic-tocs. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign?
Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign.
I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it.
Observation of the sign has so far been limited to two individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information so far has been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult.
Fast as a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few could perceive it.
If there were more individuals bearing the signs, that would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope.
They're saying a lot of shit you don't understand in, but trust me, when you actually play through the game, you'll understand what the sign is and what they're talking. I don't even remember when the fuck Sonya brought that up, that certain people can actually see it. I thought everyone could see it. But that is not the case, it seems. I didn't even fucking remember that. But to be fair, I've been playing this game for over 3 years, so, like, shit that happened early game, I can't be fucking asked to remember that, dog. That was, like, 2 years ago. But that was, like, a year ago, I don't fucking know.
However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomenon are tied to the location where the battle took place.
By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? I remember them.
Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Put some super-powered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonya?
Oh, I remember who Sonya is. Okay, never mind. I'm remembering that guy now. I should step in and put an end to the subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so. What Ishmael False reported back then?
Right. Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layer of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story? Those could be it.
Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of this information we can confirm yet.
Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present.
This is at best a grounded in superstition. It would seem the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. I remember Sonya's. Sonya Nevermind. No, not Sonya. Sonya. But I remember Sonya Nevermind too. I've also played Danganronpa. I think I'm currently doing the second game, and I think that's where she shows up, right? No, she's in she's in Despair Girls. Right? Sonya Nevermind. Sonya Nevermind. She's in Despair Girls. No. She's the princess in the second game. Yep. I just looked it up. Yeah, okay. I didn't get far in the second game yet. I basically just started it. I should get back to that. This is at best grounds and supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing. That bit about the sign may be some regularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was the fundamental principles of the sign working may be equivalent to those of the singularity or relics. But as no actionable evidence has been obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis can be validated. I see. And nothing came of them dragging off Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off? But still let it happen. No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just tried going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought about a joke like that. It's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. And, I had to fill out some questionnaires, too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. They all said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. And that is why Rick and Morty doesn't get into time travel. Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If their future unfurls into boundless branches by ceaseless purification, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Oh, by the way, Din, some of these people are actually real-life people. Like, Ryoshu is, if I remember right, a character from something, but it's someone's pen name. Yiseng is a real fucking person. And, funny enough, has had 2 Millie songs about him. He has one in his Kanto 4. But he also has one... Also, if you want to know which Kanto comes after, the opening of Limbus Company literally tells you it's how the sinners are introduced. People pieced that together like 2 years ago, so that's not even a spoiler at that point. We've basically always known how these guys were playing out. But yeah, it's how each sinner is introduced. But, yeah, in Library of Ruina, the very finale song is a song about Yiseng, the real poet's life during World War II. And then he gets his own song in this game during his boss fight. But yeah, before this game even came out, Yiseng already had a Millie song about his life in the real world. But Yiseng is a real life fucking World War II survivor. He survived in a Japanese like internment camp and then went on to go like do poems and shit. I haven't read much about his life, but motherfucker must be hardcore. You violated us. Yeah, if you play in the near future, do tell me who comes after Ryoshu, because I genuinely don't remember, and I really hope it's fucking Otis. But I think it's Mersal. I think we need Autism Boy. I think he comes in next.
Not a certainty, but plausible interpretation.
There you go again. All that nonsense only you lot can understand. Oi, remember or not, the future guy still came out of him, didn't he? And some part of him still gotta be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps you can still pull off those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that, plastered old geezer, right?
Not just that, he was using that Mang technique quite effortlessly, too.
What? That no-in-ring thing? Again, Dan, you'll understand what that means eventually, but that Sinclair, this fucking pussy boy, who was basically the real start of Limbus Company, was doing endgame shit casually. In his future self. I assure you, when you get to the when you catch up to the game and get to this Kanto 9 and see future Sinclair, it is fucking hype as all hell, man. It is so hype. This whole chapter near the Kanto 9 near the end is just a hype shit after hype shit. Which is great, because that means Project Moon's budget is increasing, which means we are one step closer to that anime.
Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon.
I used the glowing ring thing? This is my first time hearing about that.
Oh, right. So what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone?
Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability?
I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right?
Don't know. Could be a secret ring finger thing they passed down from the members. Technique? Yeah, something like that. Look at it. The Black County leader, that Lee Hung prick, and the nurse followers before. A lot of them things, aren't they?
The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there were those who could wield it.
Oh yeah, the LCD Den, those are the Distortion Detective guys. The guys from that book, came out around the same time as the second game. That was supposed to be part of the second game. But yeah, the LCD is the characters from that book. Like Vespa, Moses, and, Blonde Coolie Girl.
And Virgilius too.
So what? The proper hot bastards can use them. Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the Sentinels suddenly turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of shit. But I claim nothing too profound. However, I can spare some rumors. Though they are without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate among elite fixers and association literature. There exists a power called shit, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay extensive upkeep costs.
A rumor among fisters, sayest thou?
Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips really, spread through hearsay.
Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid, Bo was really popping off with it. Straight up horrifying with the shiny mag wrapped around the weapon. Must be that mine eyes are yet privy to such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It was in the latest issue. Literally in the videotape in the back. Maybe we missed it. Video? Tape? Alas, for many a week I have been stranded from Mephi, having me have a chance not to read only the proper chronicles, but the latest ones as well. Woe is me. In return, I shall feast through the night upon these noble exploits of the adventuring fixes.
As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, Ruby's narrowing with suspicion.
From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There's no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and a will for manifestation. Its output is not constant like prothesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it deems can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I have observed, it appears to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team lead has been conducting intensive research. According to her, physical strength itself is the little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield shit. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper methods of training. As long as you... Jumping out of a plane is the safest thing a man can do. As long as he follows proper procedure. This was Brow's visibly twitched at the moment. Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. It doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yiseng's pre-contact self could manage to learn it. Why must the self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Oh, sorry, chat. Let me get you real close to the mic so I can explain this to Yiseng. You're kind of weak as hell, my boy. Sorry, who said that? Who? Don't worry, chat. We'll find that guy. Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Thank you. We found him. It was him. It was... Heathcliff said it. Very good. We found him. We got there. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it'd be a mistake. Loud and clear. No, Heathcliff said it. Even so, it'd be a mistake to assume it's a power that anyone can grasp with ease. My voice is going to be so fucked tomorrow. As long as you are bound by contracts as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities, or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Sorry about that. Might have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira had been fidgeting with her fingers, raising an arm and asked, though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. When I think of it, Milner's father didn't use any Shin or Meng. He did have a fucking bear leg, though. I shit you not, did he just had a bear leg. That had nothing to do with anything. He just had a leg that turned into a fucking bear's leg. I don't know why. Papa never taught me to use it. He said I'd get stronger without a stupid crush like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's response always came back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turned to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue. There was something in a blend of frustration, something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. Oh, she's dead. Oh, dude, this has nothing to do with this game. I've played Project Moon for too long. She's dead. Do you like Kira? Do you like her? Do you like this character? She's dead. You fool. You've doomed her. I already said I get it. It's over. It's over. Give it up. He's going to fucking blow up at some point. Don't even bother getting attached. I know I won't anymore. I've lost too many good ones.
I've lost too many good ones. How do you even know that? Because Din, I have been with Project Moon, the creators of this series, since their first game, which was an SCP game where you made your own people. You could customize your own facility workers with the understanding that they will probably all die. And the second game had actual characters where you could also make your own characters along with that, and everyone will still probably all die. And in this game, where you start off and you meet all these lovely characters throughout the adventures, and most of them probably still die. I'll say they're not predictable. Won't always happen. But remember what us and Tress were telling you about this world and how dog shit it is? Survival is not guaranteed. And being likable and trying to be a hero in this world usually gets you fucking dropkicks so far, it will take 1,000 years before the earth will dig you up again. Good people don't thrive in this world. People that want to be better, I have said this, people who want to be better do thrive in the story. That is what the story is. The story of these series is trying to push past your faults and become better usually gets you a better outcome, but you can still get absolutely bumblefucked. Being a hero or a good person doesn't get you shit in this world, besides an early grave or a knife in the back. But those who persevere, those are a special lot. So, 50-50 chance Kira fucking explodes or actually becomes the Doomslayer. But I guess we'll have to see, won't we? As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because Manager and the Sinners treat you with leniency. Step out of line, and you will be the one who pays the price. There's nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She had murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feeling towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the Sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversation about whatever happened around the LCE. Examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be any issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. Actually, Dan, let me show you why, being a good person means a grand total of fuck all. Let me take you on a trip in my... Hold up. Okay, Din, this is super fucking cool. So usually before this, all the Sinners were in their prison outfits. But now in the theater, it actually shows... Okay, so before Din, they were all in, All the sinners were in, let me find someone better. Heathcliff. All the sinners were in this. The same generic thing. Usually they have, like, you know, the thing Faust had, but it's this. A suit and tie with a coat. That's what everyone was in. Now everyone in the theater, for their identities, are in their old outfits. Yi Sang is what he was before. Everyone's wearing what they wore before they joined the company. That's super fucking cool. Like, Otis, Mersault, and Faust haven't. Faust is just wearing her normal outfit, really. But Otis wearing that general hat. So, just so you know, Din, Otis was part of, in the original games, the, what should I say? She was part of World War fucking One. And she didn't talk about it. But Otis is, do you... Actually, Dan, do you know what each of these characters are from? Like, or what their namesakes are based off of? Okay, Yi Sang's a poet. Faust is from a German novel. Don Quixote is, well, surely you've heard of the Spanish novel Don Quixote. Ryoshu is both a Japanese poet, but also storyteller. Mersault's from a book called The Prisoner. Honglu's from The Red Room. Heathcliff is from Wuthering Heights. Ishmael is from Moby Dick. Rodian is from, I forget the name of it, but it's a book. Sinclair is from the one where he's gay. I will expand on that more in a second, but no, seriously, in the book, Sinclair is gay as hell. No, seriously, Sinclair in the book is gay as all fuck. People try to deny this. No, I assure you, that man is gay as hell. Otis is, we'll get to that. Gregory is from, you know that book about a dude turning into a fucking cockroach? Not The Fly, not the movie. But there's a book about a dude who turns into a cockroach. Yep, that's Grigor. Which is funny because Grigor usually has a, let me see if we can find it. I know this guy will have it. Yeah, see that little cockroach on his shoulder? And also when I go into the actual story, see that little cockroach up there? That's always on Grigor's stuff. That's Kafka. That is lovingly referred to as Kafka, which is the author of Grigor's book. The book where he turns into a fucking cockroach. But Otis, my best girl, my lovely lass. What do you think she's from? Made him look silly. Yeah. She is actually a really hard one to know until you know what she is all of her time. Ah, man. Okay, before you go, that's Odysseus. Otis is from the epic. from mythology? Yeah. She's supposed to be Odysseus from the Epic Odyssey. But instead of the Epic Odyssey, she was in the fucking First World War of this universe. So was Gregor, but Gregor was on the losing side. So, yeah, when Urcanto shows up, war. What is it good for? Oh man, I was gonna show you how fucked this world is, but now it's all over time. Now you might as well just get back to the main story. Well, damn. I guess no depressing Christmas for you. You don't get to have a depressing Christmas with a dear girl. Reckonston. The fuck is a Reckonston? To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that'd be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Usha grumpily made this scabbard quiver, almost as it had taken offense. Well, I feel like you can understand what Honai meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If Scabbard has his own will, does that mean the owner of the will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they ask whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing the survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstruction of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technologies and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even instinctual chances, but in the terminology of lay people like yourself, this project would be labeled as impossible, wouldn't it? Therefore, there's no need to us to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But now we haven't covered a thread, and it could lead to restoring Tsunariyoshi's memories, though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to preserve at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. Should be in the ring nurse father's quarters. I'll be off. Honai caught himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd construction in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gazes, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going on by where their focus had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me they had been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Alright, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, and Ryoshio have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira, too. The prisoner of war, executive manager? Are we talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah.
best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to Executive Manager, you'll be held accountable without exception.
I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Yeah, that's about right. Have returned, chat.
Yeah, sure, whatevs.
Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it would be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight into the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shopped the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager! I know I could always rely on you, Otis. Recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the
peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betrayal. To have your indispensable self-proclaimed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just knelt over the moment you summoned me. It was a bit dodgy, that. I'll stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't mean when you come along then. You should just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it is found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass.
I will follow you if that is your order, Manager.
No, it's fine. Just get some rest. That'll be okay. I'll always summon them if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again.
선원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
Ah, you have arrived! I was waiting for you! We sifted through and isolated doors with the highest probability of leading into the Rings Gallery. And the next step would be to... Damn you, Zara. Also, you missed it. Otis just dick-rode me like a motherfucker. The whole last thing was, oh man, I almost got jumped. Otis immediately, I shall come with you to beat everyone's ass! Every day, Zero, every day we get closer to Otis's fucking Kanto. Gonna make dinner. You do that. I'm currently eating pre-dinner. It might be my dinner. I don't know. See how I'm feeling later. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? Yep. That door over there, I'm pretty sure connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Abigail going in, all hype about some canned... whatever it is. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle, Pop would go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by the Thumb subsidiary or something. Like earlier, when she only offered vague snippets, even about just a single door, here was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seems solid even to someone's clues about the back doors is made. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even if that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she's changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frick, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed on investigating the safest door first. As for the highest risk ones, I'm going to be checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. I'll take your device around him and flash a couple doors of blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look the same. Let's just start with the closest one. Well, Al did say those are the safest, so it shouldn't matter which one. As I reached for the nearest door Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshi suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that's a few steps apart. This door feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshi stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painting over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry, I heard a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. My memory just now. Could it be tied to Arya?
Let's start with that door. Okay. This one, yeah? Here we go.
As ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. And the rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. This place is... You might say it's maybe a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park.
Every sod walking here is dragging some animal along. Means I got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place.
The walk the past Risha mentioned in memories. And the slight sight of people fussing over their pets. The place clicked together. I voiced the memory I saw back in the heights of spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster.
Oh, no, I'm gonna cry.
Why isn't she getting any better? I give her lots to eat. I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? This workshop's dad always visits. The door's connected to a park. We can go right now.
You should tell memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid.
Verily, such gentlemen doth seem unlike the young Ryoshu.
Hey, clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control.
GG.
Back in the house of spiders, I was the only one who could see the visions of Ryoshu's past.
This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Hong Lu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? It's so random, what the hell?
Did you not see that just now?
See what? You guys zoning out together?
Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Again, unlike how it was with Li Dao and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense.
Was that adorable hound my companion of old young Ryoshu?
Indeed. My one and only best friend. Because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on assignment, with a spiral driven within her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner.
To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal! How can such wickedness be born?
What happened to Sora? In the end, she died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Sora wouldn't stop whipping in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying. You were not someone else. Who else?
Oh, see, it was me.
Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff was utterly unconvinced.
While I was grieving, Clouseau offered a solution. He'd give me a gift the next day, and what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp and sow his voice with every swing. Ew! No way! I was never some creep out robo-unk. That's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill the Saru. That tanto was alive.
Did you say alive? Bloody hell! Alright, none of that, psycho!
Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they stared at me in accusation. Tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands.
Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing like something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah?
Right, those things he called artworks were so cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out the other ring artwork outside of Alabadine and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just new when it comes to all that, but yeah. Her stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. As I learned more, there were some facets that suited my tastes. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, looks like he failed to stick with his own advice. There's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, and his beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all.
Can't say I get it, but if you say so. But bloody hell, how's you getting used to that kind of thing?
Why you need to understand? You're not an artist. You're not used to it. That bastard Callisto's installation artworks cause nightmares and nightmares for...
The scabbard moved, and Ryoshu came to a pause. He trembled, but there was once a strange leveliness to it, as though it quivered with fear and anticipation.
Night terrors. Running from nightmares. In the House of Spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of bringing stuff back in your day?
I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheet cloth. Goddamn. Lost in thought.
Right here. There used to be a huge artwork display here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing. So he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy? What's wrong? Over there.
Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room.
Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation on a somewhat larger scale this time, but I simply ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming.
Dearest Yoshihide, Aria has reached an age where she may be inducted into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it, and me acquiring the taste, doesn't mean Arya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We can tell Ryoshu everything we know about Arya, but it never truly reach her. I see. To follow the void must be Arya. The nation of emotions for what had been empty began to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. It makes it possible for us to reminisce about Arya together. A soft rattle Arya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check the next door. We need several more back doors that Alan pointed out. Unfortunately, none of the places we ended up stirred Ryoshu's memories any further.
Pretty much nothing here. I think we're what? How'd they get in there?
Yeah, shit. Oh, fuck! The furry boys! Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring of sounds from before? Didst thou say thou hast sealed that door earlier? How did those villains come to stand before us once more? Well, they probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route. Another back door. As you can see, the objective appears to be the retrieval of the nurse father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out.
Wait, but I thought Robot Ung was washed. You got so many fanboys and fangirls here?
Huh. Does this artwork pose value? Does this artwork pose value in and of itself? Or is it a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they have little value to both of our company. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag these meager pieces with them. Pretty funny.
Imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely find us as soon as... But they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LC personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand? Radio didn't buzz with the singer's reply this time, but it should be fine.
곤란하네. 나는 어떤 사람과도 잘 지낼 자신이 있지만 관리자님은 예외거든. 관리자님과 희희낙락하면서 지내는 건 내게도 버겁다고.
Well, time to get to work.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
나를 대하는 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 벌써 연기에 이런 구조까지. 어디 보자.
직원들 복장 점검은 다 마치셨습니까? 특히 저번처럼 포메란트를 달랑거리는 채로 제압하는
Damn it! They fucked my boy!
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생각하는 게 좋겠지?
클리포트 억지력이 높아진 지금
And the sad
서둘러 작업을 마치는 게 좋을 거야, 관리자.
펜.
참. 매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게 말해.
격발.
올바른 방법으로 자체에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
Forward!
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
하고들 시간이 잔후에.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 정도가 남아있었나 봐.
펜.
기록은 끝났습니다. 남은 건 그대를 자유케 하는 것.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 보군요.
완전 프레스 선택이었어, 나리! 짜증나게. 뻔히 보이는 게로군. 저기는 땅에 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 누가 막겠는가? 브레이크 슬랩! 우리 저거를 바람이 날고 말해.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
Easy
이번에도
peasy,
멋지게
lemon
해냈네.
squeezy.
엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
Yes, Jessup, I do know you're depressed and like coffee. Why do you ask?
With this, last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Yoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight.
Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway?
Not just the first wave. I had more of themselves legging it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else.
According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance device installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor?
What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to?
The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated the corridor of the middle nurse father.
Oh.
I suggest we relocate there! Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the most notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connected loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. For long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd been locked in on a decision.
Sure, that's stuff to you. Like hella stuff. Some parts kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. Memories of it are all fragments at best. So I ever gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began to move towards the corridor of the middle. Actually, chat, I want to put Don Quixote in here. I want to trade out Middle Brother.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니
Was there any skin for Don Quixote
Chat, should I put a hot blonde magical girl woman on my team? I ask as if the answer was ever going to be fucking no. Hell, I don't even need to do that. I could just genuinely buff this motherfucker. We need to go on the grind.
에이, 재미없다.
Arcana Slither! I wish I could test them, but we're gonna just have to test them in the middle of combat.
H성 소재가 제 차례인가요?
Zara, I hope you appreciate how much I'm keeping Otis in the front runner because of this fucking ID.
격에 맞는 조언도 함께 준비하도록.
Although objectively, magical bullet would be funnier. Fuck! We need more money. We need more XP. More. Fucking.
와일드 헌트야, 더 앞으로! 막아서는 것들도 이 행렬에 녹여낸다. 이 뜬물을 분노의 끝에 닿을 때까지!
정의, 실현! 관리직 사상자는 하나도 없이.
와일드 헌트야, 더 앞으로!
관리직 사상자는 하나도 없이.
술록 몇 마리가 죽긴 했지만
There we go. Now I got my Otis in there. She'll get there one day, but for now, this'll do. Behold, Chet, an icon of my sin. I give to you, Dumbass Squad.
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
H사와 소재가 준비됐어?
I give to you. Actually, Zara, I know you're lurking making dinner. I don't know if you're back to see what's happening on screen. But, I accidentally did something cursed. Oops. I didn't realize who I've just deployed to the scene. I didn't realize what I've just done. What have I done to my team? What have I done?
이거 참 설레는구려.
The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, Fret not, I spy very half of thy worldly possessions, articulate figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hell of them anyway. My TV's gone. Couch too. Pure so that only conspicuous empty spaces left where a television family couch set used to be. Oh, those! The LC researchers hauled them away from the sounds of it. They're gonna set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and ornaments, they said they'd be selling them off. Yeah? Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. Corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she smoked with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they could become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I'd want them back. Anyway, I'll tell you what I know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors here are made from paper and wood. They connect to S Corp. And this one reinforced with steel. That one leads to V Corp. Back streets swear... Having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore that. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Oh, good work! All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there's one back door left open. I didn't notice anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. And portals, too. Yeah, I ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, isn't it? It was as simple as turn the knob and anything. Seems to me like you've outpaced your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but, since your intent was to claim Wayfarer supported order of W Corp, I'll take it as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. Well, this has been a workday relatively free of casualties, thanks to the quality information you provided. Do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary service includes pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. For each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers to our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed like battering monstrous entities whose exact nature have yet to be confirmed that appear in liminal space between paths.
It also costs a pretty penny to keep up the security path well secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we're also trying to defend our rivals taking this corner on the market. Back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by these horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at that last door.
It's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and standing across over the threshold, a breeze carried an oddly familiar salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my claw cans. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lakes area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? The port ship that's Salon du Mox, the private air salon. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made an audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most illustrious? Quit it with that lustrous nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous ass back the lake? Indeed, alas, true, that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldn't thou agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Oh, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We were raiders the Maxwell place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. Give me away a hair coupon every 10 visits, so you see, I'm even yapping all excited. Who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant came to a abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me. So why? So these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Oh, why is it gonna be so complicated? Matthias gave you that unaesthetic BC. What the heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryoshi seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Looking back, ever since Sinclair's translation became reliable enough, listeners had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryoshi's acronyms, and her giving fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro too. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal though it may be, yet we are compelled to bear hindrance toward the interest of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I need to know things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about mutual subjects, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. That day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave. You know? Too bad I wasn't there to tell you his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou'lt say. Pray tell us that aught had changed thy perception of that man? I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. bullshit. I'd never been to a school. I never thought of wanting to go to school. I must have been talking out of his ass again. No way, bro! I even saw a clip of it! What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video. I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... Skirwin on Yoshi's confidence in her initial retort seemed to slip away. Can't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Yoshi didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, the scene from her past suddenly flickered across my eyes. Very well, Yoshi. I will register in your institution that is not so dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the Ring. Oh, this is the Ring guy. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like that? Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, it must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Huh. Yosha muttered a few words as though the pieces of the puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned towards me with a astounded scoff and looked mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. That lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have just fine without it. But at least I got to remember that incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Not baby Ryoshu.
Dad, how do I go to a school?
A school, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you wish. There's no need to go to such an institution. When we News Fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would like to find out your unique style of homeschooling would be much more enlightening than trudging through the nest formulaic education systems. I made this guy sound like such a piece of shit. But he did make artwork out of dying people screaming in agony, so fuck him. I'm gonna make him sound like a bitch.
But Dad, I saw him in picture book. And I don't have any friends here.
Oh, reading is pointless. But it is true, there are qualities that can only be learned through group iteration that engages competition. Or genders. Either one. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar to school.
Really?
I intend to send Yoshihide to academy as part of my educational curriculum. There's an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of her inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you're making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right and wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. Maybe more actors say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would. All we ever did was nod along with the lectures and spout purple prose. All the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corpus techniques. Now, take a look at the diagram here and the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram and... I don't know why we're even learning about corpus stuff in this day and age.
Right? I don't get what the point of slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make color that a drip of ink can do better. I read that in a book.
Much about this cubist techniques in this script. What the fuck is cube? I don't want to know what cubist is. I don't need to know. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? It's boring shell gore stuff. No, it's... Yeah, it's gory, but... It's boring shell because you guys are bad at it. What? Are you mad 'cause your daddy's a lame corpist? Oh, is he? No wonder your stuff is just as... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Bad-mouthing Callista wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reference or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike. That's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy! You're home early! Oh, man! Must have been playing rough day, huh? You got dust all over! Got into a fight. A fight? I'm back from class. Tress, I fucking adore this canto. Seeing the past. Ooh! Ooh, also I've made the fucking, I've made Nurse Father sound like a bitch. A fight? Yeah, he kept saying dumb things about class, so I smacked him. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched him this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know. Just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad will be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. Yes, Tress. And I'm sorry, Tress, but you know I'm gonna have to give you some shit real quick, right? Because you know this is my first time experiencing this. Tress, you're my friend. Good friend. But could you shut the fuck up about Limbus Company spoilers? Fucking please? This shit may not affect me, but like... That would've been cool as fuck when I'm voice acting it. I'm okay with you being hype about stuff, but like the snowman stuff, if you didn't say anything right now about it, I would have forgotten you said that until it got brought up. That would have been fine. Because that was hours ago, and I don't fucking remember 2 hours ago. I drank vodka. Like... You know what I'm saying? Don't stop being hype and engaging, but like, goddamn, man. Like, fuck, you're literally watching me play the fucking thing. You know it's coming. I would play this on the same day it came out, but that's at like 10 at night, and if I had done that yesterday, we'd be here at 1 a.m. doing Limbus. I literally have to do this shit the day after. I don't get a choice. I have work. I would love to be in there in the trenches, but I can't. I gotta be I gotta be wave 2. Which also annoys me because, like, before I even started the canto, I'm like, there's a lot of like YouTubers and like things I do in shorts on my phone when I'm at work that will show Limbus Company spoilers. One of which showed Kira like in the thing. I was like, okay, that must be some like fan animation. There's no way Kira shows up for this. And they're like, oh, there was a survivor. I'm like, oh fuck, Kira, what? Like at work, I saw a picture of Kira with the group. I was like, what the fuck? Huh? But that was, yeah. It's more like trust. If something's really about to happen, I was also feeling pretty annoyed during the Hohenheim part 2 with all the torture methods he was about to bring up. You know, just like if it's literally about to happen, save the reactions till after. You know, save. No, it's cool, but you know, you get what I'm saying? Just like, you know, bro, it's hard for me too. It's super fucking hard and shit. I love to not do that. And I know I've done it many times on stream, but like, if it's literally about to happen, like if it's literally the next 2 dialogue lines, like, you know, and let me see it and then go, hey, remember I was talking about snowmen? Like, once we see what's about to happen, then it's like, ooh. Oh, I do remember that. oh dear. Oh, what the fuck? It wasn't even about to happen? That's it, Tress. I'm coming over to your house to slap your pee-pee now. Hold on, chat. I'll be right back. I need to go find Tress. Grave mistakes have been made, and now I need to eat them. You don't run! Don't run, motherfucker. You'll just die tired. But yeah, you kind of get like, Trish, you're normally fine. It's just for Limbus Company. Just calm down a little bit. Same with when like I'm explaining it to like Din and stuff like that Zhao thing. That video basically explained it, but let you see it through a character interaction, which is for a game Din's probably not going to play. Just remember, Trish, like, you just played most of these cantos. I literally don't get a choice but to play it right now. Because I'm not doing this shit till 4 in the morning unless it's my day off. Which it will never be. So I have to wait a full day and a half after. I don't get a choice. I literally couldn't have played this any sooner. In fact, I got off early today, so I actually could get to play this earlier. It's just for Limbus Company. Any other game, I can't stop you, but this game specifically, you know I'm gonna play this shit. You know what I'm saying? You know you got me. You know I got you. I'm gonna get in there. I'm gonna get in there and start doing some shit. But I also know the feeling, Tress, because I tried not to do the same shit with Blue Z and K and like Ivian. I'm the same way when it's for those two. I try so fucking hard not to say anything, and it makes me want to slam my head into a fucking desk. It's hard, I know, but some people, Trish, just aren't based like us. Some people just can't play Limbus Company at all hours of the day because they have these things called lives. I know, very cringe. Very cringe, and they should stop having those, but they do. We should execute them, but we can't. Not yet, anyway. Also, I've changed up my team, Tress. Just wait until you see the new team. I've changed the fight squad. We're actually gonna see. I actually just changed them for this fight. I'm actually interested to see how they'll work. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. It's not no swords didn't learn respect unless you put you into them. Huh. If only you'd been a simple-minded fool like you. And the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never stops there. You hurt a member of the family? That automatically gets you written up in the book.
Also, Tress, again, I don't want to keep harping on, like, making it feel like I'm putting you down, but, like, because I'm voicing this, doing it my first time through, it was kind of nice to know it's kind of nice to know what's about to happen, but, like, voicing it, I'm trying to put a little inflection on there from, like, reading the room. I'm trying to get really good at reading the room for dialogue. Because I'm interested in how voice actors can be so good at that. Of course, voice actors get direction, but I'm like, I try to use some of these as, like, seeing if I can read the room a little bit. And knowing what we all know of the middle, yeah, I could tell that sentence was not going to end well. Yeah. And he did what he did in the end. So I made children cry. Very good. Excellent. Huh? Hey, Shahide, is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'd be back before you know it, but I got a little lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh! Yeah, and there's so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, he slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for instructors, well, anyone who'd agree that they did a sorry job of keeping these dykes under control. In that case, Precedent of Title II, Section 52 of the book. Execution by beheading. They clearly didn't got much use for what sits on their shoulders. How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Do not be discouraged, dear Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It's much more significant and prestigious institute this time. I issue even an Intipaker berserker like Matthias wouldn't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. No, Yoshihide? I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about things I held dear. I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about... I don't remember what. I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryushi recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryushi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Arya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. I'm actually surprised how much this hurts with Heathcliff. Seeing that gesture. It makes sense, though. Ah, man, the intervals are getting spicy. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faint, expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. Catherine's existence, unlike Arya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father must have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh, yeah. Didn't know that Robo-Unc was such a radical guy. He sent you to academy like you wanted, and even got angry on your behalf? Oh, what? Oh, the ring nurse father! I thought she was talking about the middle. I was like, huh? Oh, hazy memories. I almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman on a pill as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes. Decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. And back, he was one of the sorry excuses for art. So mistakenly with thoughts some low-effort bullshit could make me feel better. Wait, so hold on, the middle nurse father killed everyone in there? What? Huh? And now, Trish, you can fully explain. What? So did Matthias... I thought Matthias was just taking arms. Oh, the decapitated heads of the instructors. I kept thinking you were talking about decapitated heads from the kids. No, yeah, because he said every like the kids that hurt her would lose an arm, and I saw one kid clutching their arm. But no, the instructors lost their heads. Okay. That makes better sense. Oh, let's be honest. In fucking Project Moon, it being a pillow made of child heads would also be par for the fucking course. Yeah, that'd be Tuesday. Gotta spash the details, lass. Well, that covered. Get that covered. You guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Getting that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you! Alright, it. Look there. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Favourist, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a branch of the Rings Art movement in a different district of the city, especially the Fowers Scout. However, various evidence, such as their mass and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests they are in the same pack as the ones making regular incursions in the House of Spiders. This is the LCB, speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Buddy hell, what? Don't you know where you are? Smack dab in the middle of middle protected perf! Cause a scene and bros and sisters in the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We already drawn the Rings unwanted attention. We certainly didn't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you got a GI. Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just have to do it now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a found strategy, executive manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. I blinked. Shooting a supposed look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before we finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This! Oh, okay. What? Oh, wait, that door leads to a zone under the Syndicate or Wings. Oh, whoa! That totally leads to his own under the Syndicate of Wings prediction, doesn't it? Good idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Faust began rushing through the open door. I don't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but... well, can't be helped. Alright, summon the sinners back to work. So Tress, ready to meet the new team?
이 자리에 서 있게 해달라고 바란 적은 없었어요.
Behold! Dipshit Battalion.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
사랑으로 정의 이름으로.
Because remembered, what you told me about Ryoshu and Mersault is the more debuffs, the better it is for me. So why limit myself to burn and bleed when I can just make whatever the fuck I want? Go forth! Cause mayhem!
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
Is anything I'm doing making sense in this team? Probably fucking not. But it's funny as all hell.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
원더풀 선택해서 말이! 그들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군!
재밌네. 난 먼저 좀 더 어설프게 생각했고.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
Also, yes, I made End Court Faust Yuri because honestly I never used this skin, but I always loved how it looked. I always loved Remnant Faust's look, and I never fucking used her. So by God, I'm seeing these animations one way or a fucking another.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지?
Who just died and why? What?
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희들 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
이 정도쯤이야?
Was there a turn limit on this fight? I was just having too much fun watching these guys kill everyone.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 주는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
잘 들어갔네요.
유익한 책이
크게
또 하나
의미 있는
늘었네.
성과는 아니지만요.
도시에는
Was there a
내가
turn
모르는
limit?
것들이
I'm sorry, I fucking zoned
이렇게
out.
하나씩 알아가다 보면
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나
Nope, sure wasn't.
벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
Oh, there was.
방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
I can just casually send dipshit squad.
돌아가지.
There is someone I feel like I need to do a thing for, though. Good pork chops. Oh, you're gonna be talking about good pork chops. Alright, where is she? Anyways, Zero, you ready to see who I put on the squad just for you? Which is working surprisingly well for Dipshit Squad. She's now a part of my greatest and dumbest fucking team. I don't know how this team works. I don't know what the fuck they're doing anymore. But there she is. Henry rifle in hand. Ready to deliver the Lord's work. Alright, I personally need to see how the fuck this team even works. What the fuck is this team even?
한피가 떨어질 때군요.
What have I made? What have I done?
응원도 결국은 나약 환자들이나 듣고 싶어하는 위안이 정보팀은 조금 더 가치 있는 걸 추구하는 부수 아니겠습니까?
렛 브레이크 슬램.
Well done. Well done, Otis, shooting your own teammate. Very good.
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을지 몰라도
완벽한
그때를 위해서 미리 응원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아, 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
임상시험 성공.
각자에게 명확한
두드려
역할이
패고
부여되어 있다는
터뜨려
건
주지.
편한 것 같지 않아?
What have I
이럴
done?
땐 깊게 생각할 필요 없이 지금
Why
해야 할
have I
일만
done it?
사랑으로. 개체의 부위가 파괴되어 있어요. 이 틈에 빠르게 제압하면 직원들의 피해를
There's
줄일
something like
수
that
있을 거예요,
shooting.
관리자님.
필주가 인지합니다.
두렵지만
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 웃겨놨지만
Excellent. This team makes no sense.
언젠가 다시 재생하겠지.
Cool. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼. 이 얼마나
That was the commander in actions era. That was her.
완벽에 가까운 제압이었습니다.
I don't know what she did. She kind of just hit people with a Henry rifle the whole fucking time.
알후가 탈출했다.
오늘은 최대 위험으로 감지되던 시령들.
But it worked, I guess. Okay, and that about wraps up the middles corridor. Thank you, folks, who managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everything going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the thumbs corridor. We actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we need you to check some of the doors in its base. Intel. The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Oh, that! In the thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of thumb members and orders they were carrying. Whoever the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. Last entry was written not so long ago. While the constant notes aren't all that interesting, they help us get an idea of where each door to that corridor leads to. Well, let's see your shitty scrap papers. You've been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time, huh? Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need to work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so, I've been noticing this through our interactions, but whenever anything irrelevant to his work comes up, Alan seems to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past as though he hasn't registered what we've said. Following our conversation with Cicero back at P-Corp, a deeply uncurious indifference might be just one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. Explore the areas past the marked door and return here. Thanks a ton! Well then, if Alan returned to wherever other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More in the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get on my way so I can see. Oh, detective. Some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoying airy dude. He's like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively. Gregor! Go. Hi, sir, it's that new girl I just posted. True's conversation grew closer, grew clearer the closer I approached. You okay, fella? Bumped your head earlier?
Fine as a fiddle. It's just a minor fall. This third time it has occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once the consultation is over.
I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor.
You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. You're right where it happened, and your arm is stable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand that you might not be worried, what you might be worried about, but you do not see the earliest impressions of it. And so don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here.
I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. I don't know. I'm just avoiding the truth on staring me in the face. In my case, it's nothing Don Quixote's. He just needs to keep his shoes on. It's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out for me. Things don't work out that way for me.
Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure you're about eavesdropping on them like this?
That geese is always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him.
He's showing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away?
Don Quixote gave a nonsensical interpretation of Yushu's acronym as Kira rolled her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift remains attached to my arm.
Barbed words. Now let's revisit the question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using your arm to fight just fine so far. How?
I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrade, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. Nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Some kind of time bomb coming down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong about that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We still got a good chunk of the journey left. And eventually, we'll have to.
No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them?
Oh, Sarah, are you excited for Otis's fucking story? She brought that up like four cantos ago, talking about herself. Oh, what did my girl Odysseus do?
What have we done in the war? we'll eventually have to confront even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... First, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rockin' good start. But through our journey, I began to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weaknesses. I realized that I had grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thugs with this arm. I was relieved. Imagine that. Same arm. My arm. Weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest. Homeland fellas said that I was exceptional. I was an exception. That thought alone made me hope. Exception. Potential to be harmless. Rather than a non-combatant like you saying. I hope. Oh. Well, that was Hohenheim's exception. Potential to be harmless. Weaker than even a non-combatant like you saying. Made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. Same fear you carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Hang on to the idea that the living's gotta live on. Nothing else. It brings me back years. Memories are so clear like they all happened yesterday. Bet you kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. We can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing endless repeat of perils. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people of the city. That's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be a place to do so. How many in the city have the same war to them as this one does? Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Whoever participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valencia. That piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there was something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregory, you're not like me. Every few steps the distance you walk from the past, you come to pause and spare a look towards the path you walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both infallible and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, there's one thing in common to everyone. It's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? dislike loud noises. People that talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of war. Like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lie dying. And the wounds they left in my heart bleed me dry. Well, I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Oh man, they knew we'd been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find the appropriate moment. Well, I would have had to share this manager bud and the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No. Temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right, on time. I'm working on a theory. I've had all the clues to be absolutely certain. Word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kyoto, do you know which door the Thumbsner's father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. That's supposed to be obvious. Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-living shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys at the end, huh? Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that, and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a second here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. I didn't know because you hadn't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her in the spine? Ew. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should be from all that grind. Show what I learned about swinging swords from this comic book. That's not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect towards you, Senator Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. You know which of these doors the Thumbner's father showed particular attachment to, or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. You need a clock to help piece it back together. It's that one. Door with the middle pieces dangling from it. Oh shit, I have to do a southern cowgirl accent. Fuck me. Chet, do I need to... It's time to bring out the southern charm. Please, try not to get too aroused. Yeah, fuck. Holy shit! I almost died out there. Son of a bitch. A fucking fly. Where do those G-Court fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom? Are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easily. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Court vermin, Ticket. Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. Fuck is this? Bandages. For you. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of experienced treatments on ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the Well, okay. Never mind that. Hey, this works. Sit tight and don't start trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques when I'm back. I spent her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the smoke war took a lot out of her. Left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking. Stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone who called the Constelaire of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. That's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor every day after day. The beings returned, so did the edge to her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valencia on the winning side? A war hero and all that. Ever heard of the regulations that prevent smoke war participants from moving into I Corp and K Corp nests? The common thread between those post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean the back door drops into the trenches they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others could do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I'll see how this will help him in any way. Do not have any means to treat whatever it is that summers within his arm. However, what surmises that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk, but because he started reliving his painful past. It's not because his arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you came to understand that the war is really over, and what the others say, no matter how close they echo to the past, it's not necessarily aimed at you. You may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphosize at any moment. While her reception may seem blunt, is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it. Girl walked to the door, grabbed its handle. Also, Zara, this is my German war boy. This is my baby German war hero, my lad, with his cockroach Kafka. It's fucking pet. I love him. I love my baby boy. Girl walked up to the door, grabbed his handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should take the lead on the front lines with G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests are far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart. Cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지. 연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지. 연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지.
Ah, shit.
H사와 8구 소재가 준비됐어?
It should be fine.
칠면조 다 식겠네.
This place.
It's just some boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something.
You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over here. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. That's your ad from the boss. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak the fuck out and tear at the slice sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this discouragement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Perhaps just had to holler, "Hey, vet here." And I'd scuttle right up to him. But others can't do that. So whenever people walk up from behind, I get afraid that it might cause an accident.
Vet here. Must be a post-war veteran special employment.
Right. But I couldn't possibly complain. I'd have gotten a job without it, you know? Everyone's lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head Manager Ted! Gregor looked around, his hand instinctively leaking into his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor! And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait! You must be the account of the other guys on the team asked to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you got a new employee card right there. How have you been doing? Me, same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You always were a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh, you're gonna sell that coin? Same kind of metal, right? You got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Imagine anyone would have anything to say to that, huh? Hang on. When was hounding you with vet hitter shit over there? No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. You don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps about how every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found. Blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching the choir, aren't I? That guy, is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? I see misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember I used to call you Special Employment Fellows Nepo Forces? A few days ago, he showed up with an HR report. Guess what it said?
Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks that were choosing the fixer offices for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? It was the president's family. Yeah, man. It's that bad. It's what everyone talks about by the water cooler. Is there anything I learned here? Is that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, Baxter kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. If you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You said something like that before. Yeah. Yeah! There's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me. Running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthetic you got there. No worries, but it seems that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Alright, Glory, hit me up sometime, huh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure. If I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregory's former co-worker hurried away. But he doesn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-workers chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. We are told to remember. It does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmares of the past. It means we are bidden to live through the past of the nightmare over and over again. We are not cursed to relive the pain and suffering in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include your memories in the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gore stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager Bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurances, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll match, but it's you who's gonna have to deal with the aftermath. Girl would always say the same to those suffering from cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Even as Liv spoke the words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today the gloomy gray seemed to give way to a hint of a blue sky beyond. Maybe no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for shadows to be fully lifted, but don't worry. I'll be fine. Big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of the persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. I don't think she even followed us through the door. Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by the Allen figure that someone was to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and...
Oh man, it's those asshats again?
Weird. Court is not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to follow us through a different door. Look past Ocean Time Seafowl was pouring from a corridor through a different back door. He was trying to figure out a way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. Oh, can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all!
직원들 복장 점검은 다 마치셨습니다. 특히 저번처럼 소매 단추를 달랑거리는 채로 제압하는 직원이 보여서
Hey Zara, quick question. I know you're lurking, but quick question. How many kills do you think Commander Otis is about to rack up with that good old Henry rifle?
해고 감도 증폭. 앞을 밝히자. 후회할 것이 잘 보이도록.
네, 잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과네요.
Kaboom!
복지팀에서 전원 배치된 거야?
She needs more bullets.
두 황당한 선택을 할 리가 없는데.
이 정도쯤은 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩!
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생각한 게 좋겠지?
제압계 제 상태가 좋지 않습니다. 제대로 된 일격만 가한다면 효율적인 효과를 이끌어낼 수
쓸모가
있겠죠.
있으려면
Gunfu! Oh fuck!
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비.
Don's losing it!
이미 우리는
무슨
손에
일
많은
있었던
피를
일이죠?
입혔잖아. 지금은 두렵지 않는다고 달라지는 건 없어.
개체들의 체력이 많이 뛰어나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩!
자세가 무너졌다. 타겟 무력.
이런 제압은 회사에겐 효율적일지는 몰라도 직원들의 희생이 항상
Let me
뒷단을
go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, chap.
그 희생을 값싼 대가로 여기는 게 아니라면 한상체 제압에 너무 집착하지는 마. 이곳의 목적이 그런 게 아니라는 건 알잖아.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
We're good. Well, this is just bowling.
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네. 엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴
경미한 손실을 제외하면 완벽에 가까운 제압이었습니다. 이제 말씀하셨던 야근을 속히
어이, 알후가 탈출했다. 팀장이 나설 차례로군.
다음에는 류슈 팀원에게도 육체적 타격이 가능한 무기의 승인을 검토해 주십시오, 관리자님.
와일드 헌트야, 더 앞으로!
관리직 사상자는 하나도 없이, 관리직 사상자는 하나도 없이.
탄환은 계속해서 만들어지고 방아쇠도 계속해서 당겨질 겁니다.
나쁘지는 않았구려. 붓을 몇 번.
탄환은 계속해서 만들어지고 방아쇠도 계속해서 당겨질 겁니다.
관리직 사상자는 하나도 없이.
오늘은 최대
You need more power. Shred, I think we got our ass-kicking team. Let's do this.
입증을 알리는 음악 소리.
Once we dealt with Faust to invade the Thumb Nurse's destroyed corridor, we left for the Index. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I might as well come along. It's, you kept something else while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Where summoning occurred at a most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all the times you summoned me, I was eating over snacks with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up with me Today I learned that blacking out and waking up with a me-shaped index and a cape was about to chow down. Doesn't make for a very relaxing break.
Sorry about that. I should have checked with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it.
Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all.
I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about the other corridor?
I hang out here all the time, son. So I know this place a little. There was a super clingy, annoying little... No, that wasn't the mask dude. There was this other...
Is there something you don't remember?
Oh right, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora.
Sora? I don't think that name rings any bell for us either. Yeah, is that someone who used to live here?
Yeah, well, Sora was the Index apprentice. She probably lived here.
Forsooth, the Index apprentice, who... Wherefore is that the middle and the thumb and the ring each have apprentices, yet the Index and Pinky lack them? Alright, we literally deleted them from history. It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Trace my recollection, yet it's like following a trail of eau de serre, visible and unreal.
No, there was someone! But I can't...
The representation of the P and Index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, Mercer's blade has shredded and reduced them into an intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. Does it seem that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices? We traced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora.
She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character.
Well, the Arashaki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling single events with a critical part missing in between.
I can almost imagine her.
Giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and probably wears glasses too, right? One of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see. That's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Roshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or clocks, or threads clock. With every slash this blade would be cutting through the flows of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... So, instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again.
save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, as she was calling yet another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid. Over speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. And I have an idea of how it works, but it's the first time I'm hearing the deets. What if I had to go through 4 ramp up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword? Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. T.O. This is already plenty. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memory away is one hell of a trade-off. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one.
I don't know where it leads, but this guy uses it all the time. Hopefully he doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. T, P, U. They're rarely gathered in big groups.
She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow, what's up for, Ryoshu? Why'd you hit me with the sword handle?
I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Arya, suddenly jerking to his side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk.
I swear this isn't slander or whatever. Look, you put me so hard to leave a mark on my arm here.
I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her! This way she won't stop making up those nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. Gotta stop him from translating for her somehow.
Arya?
Like that voice just now.
It's a lot like Arya's. Dante, you saw it too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It wasn't her?
Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how this scabbard came to be. Which means that he might imagine his wildest dream. He couldn't imagine his wildest dream the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh?
Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us to an almost disturbingly normal wooden door. So features that none of us could have mistaken it for the dozen of doors we've walked past in the other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air as we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. And emerged what appeared to be almost dungeon-like basement area.
Whenever the unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through. Whenever the masked unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There are people living down here. But until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We are only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts. Though at least sure as don't make any annoying beeps. Basement was stocked up with shelf-stable, non-perishable food. And cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like makeshift bathrooms in each of them. It's like this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like the guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Oh, wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. What the heck are you doing? Cannot enter through this door. I see. Another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Move.
I need to see something. Well, the prescription forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing a way in there? Seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer we stay as far away from anything that's to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Oh, this is right. We're going to have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rena's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door is connected to the basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this is to do with Ryoshi's memories. Alright then, let's push through. Assuming your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it, though?
세피가 준 최고의 전투부서 징계팀이 나설 시간이야. 환상체라고 불러야 하는 그 괴물들에게 본때를 보여주자고.
Rattle 'em, boys.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
조준은 필요 없지.
정의 이름으로. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
Let's do this real quick, but I'm here. So, we've been learning a lot of memories. Dan Gregor's had a hard time. Yusha makes me sad. But, we just went to her father. I think? No, we're on the second to the last corridor. But now we're fighting the fucking Fortune Cookie Clan. AK, motherfuckers who live to hear the word of the head of the city. Which is a weird device that makes bullshit fortunes you need to do or else you die. Their fortune was to stop us from going upstairs. So their pre-script was told us to not go upstairs. Delicious water. Stretch and posture check as well. But Zara, if I do that, the headset might kind of... Oh, actually, no, I can't. That was a good stretch. But anyway, yes, we're fighting the fucking Fortune Cookie Clan. Oh, the furry suit and the cookie gang. Motherfucker's blind.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
Fucking 12 gauge.
배를 날려주지.
I expect a magical girl. Yeah, I had the magical girl to my squad. Also, Gregor had to be here, so he's also here. Wait, does he still have to be here? Well, I upgraded him to 60 anyway. Fire the gun! Wrong way! I'm a slave! Well, it's not that I don't want him, it's just that I have someone better for the team. I do want him. And also, he's one of my facades. He's supposed to be a fire dude who burns up and punches people with a flamethrower, but I just really like the crossbow. But no, I do have someone that's a little better for this squad build. And I just realized, wait a minute, he doesn't have to be. Because an earlier mission I had to have him on the starting team. I like him being on the team, I just didn't want him on my starting team. Feel free to roll good at any time, team. Feel free to roll good at any time. Jesus, Kara. Hey chat, did you know that the Odyssey had a purpose?
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
대선파기, 철침탄, 트랜지션, 임상시험 성공.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해.
Oh shit.
칭찬은 생략하는 게
짜증나게.
Yes. Sometimes. Owie zowie! The Odyssey had a motherfucking purpose!
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Kaboom! Damn, that's what's up, Otis! I didn't even think that would kill a man! That fucking matters, doesn't it? Hold up.
하지만 마음이 꺾이지 않으면 이 위기도 극복할 수 있을 것일세.
소준 중이다.
해보지 않으면 모르는 건
시속하게
아닌가.
용건을.
Oh, damn it! It's Rodion I'm thinking of. Yeah, one character has it. If you kill someone with their thing, it does like super duper amazeballs damage.
재밌겠는데?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
그 누구도 이곳에선 안전할 수 없어요.
썰어버려도 상관없지.
Shit, I'm gonna need to start going all out. Get him.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
조준이 필요 없지.
Do you have to... Din, let me tell you this. You get a good enough build... Pause. Let me show you a picture that sums up how I've been playing the game. And I don't care how many retries it takes, it still works. Win rate, motherfucker! Just keep clicking that if you have a good enough to... I will say... Do you have to be really good at the game to get through the story? No, you don't. It's part gotcha, part actually reading how the fucking boss works. Part click Rin, wait, you'll win. I mean, this is my first time doing this, and I'm just clicking Rin rate. To win the EX, like the bonus rewards, Din, which you can do at any time, usually just means win in 10 turns. And I've learned that early game, you either win in 10 turns, or you were going to die anyway. Like, look, I need to win in 10 turns. These guys are actually being a little spicy. And, I'm now going to do something butt-fuck retarded. Behold. Behold the truest of magical girls.
재밌겠는데?
정의보다도 푸른 자요, 사랑보다 붉은 자요. 운명 속에 파묻힌 그대 이름을 걸고 여기서 빛의 맹세. 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 존재들에게 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 사랑의 힘을 보여줄 것을.
Arcana Slave! That wasn't even the final attack, by the way. It's supposed to set off a nuke. Also, that is an abnormality ego. That outfit and that ego is from the first game Lobotomy. Remember when I was playing with Bluesy? That is one of the abnormalities I have to deal with in that game. Which is fucking stupid powerful and turns into an Omega Dragon that can nuke an entire facility. So yeah, it's good. It's a good one. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Arya, but in the presence of other princes, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dual Star. Come on. It's not like I want to be the Dual Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly. You have a point. So what's up there? Up those stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Also, this guy is literally cosplaying and steals the moves of a guy from Library of Ruina. An actual color fixer, one of the badasses. He's literally fucking cosplaying. And then we get an idea of him for one of our characters. So because of that, there was actually three... You can do the Spider-Man meme of 3 Spider-Men pointing at each other. That is literally the meme happening. This guy's cosplaying. And then we have an idea of a guy cosplaying as this guy, cosplaying as another guy. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skywards. Am I seeing Arya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Oh fuck, what's upstairs? Oh fuck, it's a whole new boss fight.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나. 돌아가지.
That's funny. My triple-bladed spell? Oh no, didn't what you were sawing was the first act of that attack. It's... No. Yeah, didn't that... I'll explain how that works in a... Okay. So you see these right here? See sin costs? That's for each fight. So no, I didn't lose access. Because I put that on her. I add super attacks for each character, but it takes resources. Resources that certain egos may not have. But everyone...
망치를 쥐고
Fuck.
녹슨 총에 날카롭.
토이.
맡겨두시게.
오케이.
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지.
H사와 8구의
소재가 준비됐어?
Let's see how this works out for me.
입증을 알리는 음악 소리가 들리는군.
너희 보조사사들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야.
Kill them all.
그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니
Tom Gage.
단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로
Commander Autism.
쉽게 하지 않아요.
Thank God you shot the right one this time. So actually, the best part about the magical girl set is she has different attacks if she loses SP or if she gains SP. But she will, if you go below 45 SP, your character's ego, their super attacks, whatever one is the best one or however it decides, their best ego will have a corrosion effect, which can happen if they go below 45 or if they're nearing below 45. Ego versus... Yeah, basically. Yeah, perfect! Yes! However, Don Quixote, no matter what, I think she'll still sometimes activate a distortion thing. But no matter what, she will always reset herself. I actually don't think she can distort. Magical Girl Don Quixote will have new effects if she's going below, but she will never actually go distortion. If I remember right. Which makes her a super fucking good ego gift. Which, haha, you have to wait until Purgus Night, nerd. Ha! You have to wait months. You have to wait like 4 months if you play the game right now. And by 4 months, I mean half a year. But then on the other hand, you can just outright get her. Because this is a gacha game that will just let you outright get IDs. So, like, yeah, you can just get her at this point. No, it's a collection of past games. Have you seen Madoka Magica? I've seen the first season, yes. And yes, this is also a slight reference to it. Because there are also 3 other magical girls in the first Lobotomy Corp game. But no, in order to get her, you have to wait for a Purgus Night, but you could just outright buy her with boxes. So, like, her and her ego are actually really easy to get now. But she was the talk of the town back in the day. Back in the day being like 5 months ago. 4. Yes, Kane. Or Tress.
이 정도쯤은 저기는 땅이 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 누가 막겠는가?
We're called totally badass. Yes, and Don Quixote also said that as a and that's all I'll say about Don Quixote.
재밌겠는데?
I like the song, chat, but should I play a song for this fight, considering I think we're getting near the final fight of this intervalo? Should I play something that I think fits a little bit more? A little bit more. So, has anyone ever played Resident Evil? You know the character Hunk? You know Hunk, the umbrella guy? Gas mask, red eyes? Hunk! Human unit never killed. Don't know him? This fine gentleman. I'm going to... This is a side character for an actual hard mode, by the way. Resident Evil is actually too hard. Resident Evil is actually... I've actually gotten through them my first playthroughs. Even the old school ones. As long as you know what you're doing, yeah, they're survival horror. They're spooky. They can get you, but like, try them. They're really not. My suggestion would be try 7. 7 or 8. But I would say do. No, actually, Din, Resident Evil 2 Remake. Because Resident Evil 2 Remake has difficulties to where if you want the limited saves, you can have it. You can have enemies go down easier. You can have more resources. But it still carries the feeling. I would say Resident Evil 2, if you want to try it, Yeah, that's 7. That one's the first-person ones. That's the first-person shooter one after, not even 7 games in, after 21 games. That's 21 games. That's 21 games, and it's their first technical first-person shooter. I don't count Survivor. Fuck that. It's fun, but I would say Resident Evil 2 Remake if you want a Resident Evil game. It can be as easy as you want. It can be as hard as you want. And it has 2 different campaigns that are different enough from each other to where playing through both of them doesn't feel like doing the exact same shit again and a fucking again. 2 different storylines, plenty of content, and that's where this image comes from. And this song. The best song.
I'm at point K-12. Need info on my extraction.
Guess there's no keeping down the Grim Reaper, huh?
My extraction point.
This man literally can't fucking die, by the way.
I'm headed toward the front.
Even in the newest game, you kill him and he still doesn't die. Where's shit get butt fuck stupid? What the fuck is that, the boss? I'm gonna go. No time, no time, no time, no time. Goodbye. Howdy, gentlemen. Gotta go. And keep in time, you're timed through all this. You have you literally have 10 minutes to get that out.
You're late for extraction.
Front door's blocked. Gotta find another way out.
Oh, he's still chasing him, by the way. And that's not the only one. There's like 6 of them.
Got it.
Yeah, this whole area is in Dead by Daylight. This is the Raccoon City Police Department. Anyway, so that's what's happening there. But that's not why I showed you this. That's balling, but did you know that they did it better? Yeah, in the newest game, you literally do a boss fight with Hunk. And they have a new song for him.
Alright, this week, Raspberry.
Which will work for this fight.
Place is like the white.
Here we go. Yeah, no, but Hunk is actually an acronym. Human Unit Never Killed. He's the Grim Reaper because he never dies, even though everyone else in his squad will. Even when you kill him in the newest game, he doesn't die because his body doesn't remain.
되겠냐고.
대체가 더 이상 움직이지 않네. 이대로 남은 대상들도 전부 움직일 수 없게 만들어보자.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
브레이크 슬램! 다음에 다른 기체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
여행은 목적이 있었지.
공격팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이겠네. 이 말했다는 썰기만 해보자.
조준을 내리.
사세가 매니저.
Also, then, Hunk has been around since the first game. Or not the first game. He's been around actually since the second game of the entire series. He has been around as long as Leon. Back since 1998. Yeah, what I was showing you, him running through that was his first appearance, and that was a hard mode after you beat the original PlayStation 1 game. That's also where the, you being a tofu character came from. Same game. Which, if you beat it as the tofu, you saw at the very end, Hunk was eating the tofu character you were playing as. Because Hunk is best boy and he is the Grim fucking Reaper.
저기는 짱이 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 썰어버려도 상관없지. 지금은 두렵지 않아요. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
대체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
파괴 무력. 패스드 같은 놈들은 이 광경을 좀 봐야 해. 환상체 가두고 에너지 짜는 회사 있어. 이 정도 정신이 있어줘야지. 복지팀 애들만 데리고서 뭘 한다.
이중 격발. 조준은 필요 없지.
Well, bruh, seriously? Have you not heard how I've been voice acting her? Oh Lord!
우리가 우세를 점하고 있어. 하지만 여기 있으면 안 돼. 진입 팀이라면 완벽하고
It is pretty funny.
있는
모든 걸
힘껏
끝마쳐야
찔러놓고
하지 않겠어?
웃겨놨지만 저것들은
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
언젠가 다시 재생하겠지.
Now what's in that upstairs?
Kind of a letdown when they were blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it.
Right. Looks just like any average family home.
Oh, man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but people should at least dust their homes once in a while.
The clear of dust covered every surface, and blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Not yet, but totally will be, girl. I'm still surprised she's alive. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls, too. It seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Something bad have happened here?
Yeah, something must have happened here if it caused the family to flee. And they never got to return.
Yeah, lots of evidence suggests that. Open doll, the single shoe laying around.
So someone left from home for a reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of narrowed down the cause. Really could have been anything.
Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu?
Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here.
Every frame photo is singed beyond recognition. Whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this isn't where you escaped to, huh? The youngster's father, Rin. Last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there was a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe this is the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responds by softly shaking her head. No. I don't.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
Oh, Lord help me, why does this feel like the final boss?
해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
Oh, Christ!
돌아가지.
Chat. Brace for impact. We're in the shit now. If it just says clear stage, that means a boss fight. After leaving Marine's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while. But we didn't find anything that could help Ryoshu piece memories together. Great work! That leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But the room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guidelines mark it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means our work here is done. Thanks for your assistance, Dante. Oh, okay. We'll go look it up. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. Probably should have done the same, but... Wanna take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. Pinky's nurse father's room had a particular structure. A door we'd open led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. Even though I was certain we'd traversed quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There's some small design differences between each room that help tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which one is which unless we really look hard at every detail. Where are we now?
The kitchen?
How did you know that?
I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone you'll have to meet, too. I think, it was, must
be another one who was suffered by Arakashiki.
Damn, you might be right.
His name was Rain, the Pinky apprentice. I took talk, but no one really seemed to say anything about that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one else here but me.
Din, imagine you know in like okay, so imagine it in games where like, oh, everyone loses their memories, even your character, but you as the player remember things. So when people start talking about details, nobody else remembers, but you remember. You know that kind of trope. Yeah, that it's like that in reverse. Me and sometimes a few characters do remember those. Your character will always remember a detail you remember, except for one, which was a crossover between this game and Arknights. Yes, this game had an Arknights crossover with a full story and unique boss fights and enemies. And egos. And that is the only one your character can't remember. But other than that, if someone forgets something, you, and sometimes a sinner related, will remember even though everyone else won't. But you remember, you and Dante share memories. You are Dante. For the most part. Like, even shit you shouldn't remember. Like, not even related to the sinners. Shit you should not remember, you can remember. Makes you wonder how you can do that. Because Dante is the one character we have no backstory for, really.
So when you said back in K-Corp that you cooked before, you're talking about this, huh?
Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here.
Your scabbard shaking.
Your reviews were glowing. One of them was YUM, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering.
The scabbard artist was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. Must be pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What you usually make?
Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school. Like cut sausages like octopuses. Temogayaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Don't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry.
So I want octopus sausage, takoyaki, and...
Why are we making sausages out of an octopus?
No, I mean, sausages cut like octopus.
And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes?
'Cause it's adorbs, that's why.
Something like this?
What's that?
Sausage carved into octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup.
Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay?
Isn't it all the SD once it gets right down the gullet? It's so important.
But mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry.
IDU.
Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you?
It means... I don't understand.
That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. These must be some of that. These must be some of the happiest moments Ryoshi and Arya shared. The sinners, me, and Arya, even as a scabbard, could imagine and recall them in full. But for Yoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places, do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait!
Hang on, Cluck Kid. Don't open the door just yet! Looked back and found Kieran and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, Manager. And Mersault, who realized what it indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. In mere moments... So there was someone guiding those whelps. Feared they'd send some more far to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. Claws of massive paws slashed through where we had just been standing. Wolf mask!
It really is, as Maestro Emile Bonnot said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located?
The question came from one who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the foulest we encountered thus far, seemed to make a point to speak and act with decorum. The subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed the air of false chivalry.
Sure you're right. Sure at the right address, lady. Robo-Unk's stuff isn't a part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. I'm looking for his creations, which are so easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage.
Thank you for the raid! I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded of what Rin had said moments before we fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What does that mean? How are you? Pretty good. The Faust got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that House Spiders have fallen and Ryushu currently has possession of the Arakashi. They want Ryushu for themselves, whether she's complete or not. Ryushu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing? For once. My name is Rufo Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the 5 fingers. Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a deconte of Faoism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people with the unesthetic AM. I expected Ryoshi to decline Rifu's request with a curt reply, and Arya too rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring says she is a doctor of the school of Faoism. Her position is comparable to the cap over the thumb or big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a
foe who may surpass even Rikado's might, or, with stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Hang.
Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Li Hang. Our chances are H-O-H-O-M.
Half or more. I like those odds.
Half of half. Or more.
Dude, really?
Outmoded. Has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time?
It's been decided, met with confusion from the outset.
To entrust such monumentous projection in the hand of one such a Callisto, one agrees that there's no less foolish than casting a pearl before a swine. And they were quite on point with the assessment. His hardware, recovered from the house, were more tools than art. Sort of the likes of the workshop ministers might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work, but what I observed from this room completely changed my perspective. The squished corridor, the ferrenity of which you've scarred the walls and floors, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There's but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a sensible, passable eye for art.
Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It would be experienced that departs from the dilapidated remnants of that dubbed itself corporeism, a movement that, so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once is depleted all meaning it had to offer, it begins piling on empty definitions onto oneself. Taoism is a movement that has broken through the traditional mode. Unfettered, like the beast that roams free, we dare to ask ourselves the question that challenged the mind: what is a man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define what we call le fave, wild beast? These are subject matters that have led us fauves to the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of the relic, enter the fold of our movement, it would layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it would be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, we can offer you to be much greater worth than what you may have learned from your teacher, like Callisto.
Never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I consider some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings art. Or not. I can't even remember. Then will you... But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. Then you pursue... Didn't the site you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its neatness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Mere kinness often entails mundanity, yet you've transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit and beauty in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. Their sorrow condescends into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of the reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hume.
You give no thought to what each of these emotions signifies, instead of assessing of the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. We should ready your scabbard. Pointistless, Fauitus, Suprematist, Blue Writers, Cubists. I visited my share of the Rings galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. 1 second, chat, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Alright, good to go. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's. Trying to take from other movements, forcing meter where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct. An art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviation away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No. My essays go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. S-A-N-G-R-I-A. Bit extract, isn't it? Too remove, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful striking qualities. What exactly is it? What elevates your art above that of Taoism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Remember, chat, A-R-T. Art requires titties. Words to live by. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. I suppose I'll have to carve it right in your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, as a doctrine of Taoism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session.
개체가 유리한 조건에 놓여 있는 것 같은데 더 꼼꼼히 관찰해 보도록.
Imagine not clicking win rate.
사격 개시.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데. 방금 공격, 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시.
Damn you, Heathcliff!
점수가 남기면 다른 다른 직원에게도 도움이 되지군요.
빈발 장전.
이중 격발. 조준은 필요 없지.
적을 제압할 기회네요. 어차피 또 탈출하겠지만.
재밌겠는데?
I'm putting so much faith in a lot of people that I definitely shouldn't be. But I believe my boys got this.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 랜덤 프레스 선택이었어 나리! 너의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군!
아이씨, 짜증나게.
You can't kill autism! Ow.
이 정도쯤은
적을 제압할 기회네요. 어차피 또 탈출하겠지만.
Pray to God.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
차! 악은 이렇게 정화되었네. 아이, 짜증나게.
직전의 공격처럼 개체에게 치명적인 일격을 가해봅시다.
Forward! March!
필시 의지만 있다면 조준은 필요 없지.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩!
몰라 열받죠. 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
서둘
We've got this, boys. The world is in our favor.
짜증나게.
대상 절침탄 트랜지션 적발탄 임상시험 성공.
되겠냐고요.
You're pretty good. Too bad you're not good enough. Get stunlocked, bitch! Oh shit.
HPN-탄 한 발을 요청합니다.
I'm gonna need a fucking medic!
사격 개시.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 이 팀의 두번다운 완벽한 공격이었어. 아이, 짜증나게.
이놈의 덧없는 분노를 담아 이 선물을 퍼부어주도록 하지.
Christmas time, motherfucker. Boom!
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아서 다행이군요.
이 정도 상황에 우는 소리하는 나약한 직원은 징계팀이 없어.
Faust! Release the beast.
내 몸이 부서지고 직원들이 죽는 걸
Hey, bitch!
그게
I saved some for you.
재밌겠는데?
정직 벗어날 수 없다.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나봐.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘 나가는 친구는 생략하는 게 좋아하지.
바이올렛 브레이크. 아이씨, 짜증나.
Otis down.
이것으로 끝이 아닐 테지.
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
네, 잘 들어가.
몰라 열받.
하게 의미 있는 성과는
이러면 아무것도
아니지만
못해도
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。쓸모가 있으려면.
You bitch.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
잠시 어디로 못 갔어요. 뭐 또 대단한 일이라도 하는 거겠죠.
짜증나게.
Shit.
방금 건 엄청 고통스러웠겠다.
Thanks for the free stun like asshole.
적에게 돌려줘 볼까?
Rattle 'em, boys.
저는 봤어요, 관리자님.
Get 'em.
죽어가는 직원을 간절한 피자를. 제 교육이 부족했던 걸까요?
What? What?
エンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh. Okay then.
해고 감도
증폭. 전탄의 왕과나 관리 중에서 하나 생각했습니다. 마지막까지
Well, this doesn't look too good.
이쪽입니다.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
마무리를.
Chet, I'm getting down to my actual good units. Shit, piss.
타겟 포착. 한시.
그래요. 그렇게 가만히 있어요. 상처난 고기는 맛없으니까.
Ow.
그래도 언제나 추워할 수는 없으니까.
부탁하죠.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
관리자님도 참 너무하네.
Chet, she can bleed.
내 입으로 말해줘야지만.
I may corrode, but hit him with that motherfucking 40 Mike.
쓸모가 있으려면
Fuck you, whore!
사라져라.
Uh-oh.
저희가 우세한 상황이.
Oh man, Chet, she did a whole 12 damage!
이 책임은 다음에 묻도록 하죠.
Now I get to rip her in half.
두드려 패고 터뜨려 주시.
부탁하죠.
Kaboom! Hey Chet, remember when Stress said they had a hard time with this?
정확히 꿰뚫었습니다.
You wanna know my secret technique to win this?
정의보다도 큰 자유, 사랑보다 붉은 자유. 운명 속에 파묻힌 그대 이름을 걸고 여기서 빛의 맹세. 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 존재.
On my first fucking try.
힘을 합쳐 위대한 사랑의 힘을 보여줄 것을. 아르카나 슬레이버.
Kaboom!
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 실패! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 재밌겠는데?
Yeah, this is ultra fucked, whatever I'm doing.
자, 이쪽입니다.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 야! 아르카나 세이버!
I'm not dead yet! You can't kill me! I'm fucking invincible!
여기까지인가 보군.
여기서 멈출 필요 없어. 우리는 충분히 계속 싸울 수 있으니까.
I'm actually just surprised he focused on the same guy twice.
앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될
Like a
낯선
dipshit.
고통에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사 쓸 때부터 각오하던 일이죠.
Fuck! I have only one chance, chat. I have to use my super. I call upon Bina!
참 부숴줄 테다.
그러다 죽어버리면 나를 탓할 거잖아.
Not dead yet, bitch.
나를 나쁜 세피라로 만들려는 거야?
Surprisingly. Not dead yet, bitch.
재밌겠는데?
Not dead yet, bitch.
짜증나게.
이거 공감 맞지?
Not dead yet, whore.
이러면 아무것도 못하고.
Who the fucking champ? Who is this guy? Who is this gamer? Who is this fucking dude?
내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩
First try.
알아보면 언젠간 반드시
Then you wanna know my secret?
세상의 모든 것이
Wanna know my secret why I'm better than all of you?
저기 해결사님들 너무 억울한 표정 짓지 마시죠. 당신들이
My secret is I don't fucking know. My secret is I'm fucking cursed.
이걸로 이번 월간 해결사들에 나온 주목해야
No, genuinely, in this game, if every other player finds a fight hard, I will first clear it on accident. Like you just saw. Tress was like, oh, this gave me a hard time. I accidentally one-tried it. I don't know what I did. It worked. Sure. But genuinely, if everyone else is like, oh, this is an easy fight, I will spend about 3 hours on it. If it's a hard fight, well, you just saw in and out. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Oh, I'm about to. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Get that shit out of my face. Now watch as that actually wasn't the last fight. Now watch as I talk a grippy shit. And that was the fight. See? You're already looking much better with those Her face too, truly. See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. Superfluous. You're serious about founding your own movement? I already answered that. But you'll need time. When the Faust swing, they shall have time to fully cultivate your movement. Perhaps... I don't suppose words have any meaning now. This isn't raise your giant arm as though to strike for a final act of defiance. And send it down the door we entered through instead. What I could do is buy time for... Then since the dissident's marionette strings were cut short. Dead. And here I thought her last words were going to be succinct. Ah. Thus we made foes with Yonafenga. The ring. Oh good, I'm making friends everywhere I go. Yeah, we already pissed off the middle, but fuck it, the ring too. And possibly them. It's not doom and gloom already, fellas. Being officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see it was a pretty defiant win.
All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out there. I was genuinely using Kira as my final fight. Kira was my last plan for that strategy, chat. I was gonna dodge like a motherfucker and let Kira do the final blows.
Is actually why I was getting so cocky. Because I figured I could use Kira to do that last little bit of damage.
Here, Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin, even if you had not been there, Kira. This is more like it. I want to freak out by a mere BB anymore as long as we're with Clock.
Don't start congratulating yourself on achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over a small occasion don't deserve to stand behind the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive to people who used to be stronger, like Otis Don Quixote.
Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right, it's not like we have a shortage of doors in there. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't we just leave this room?
Ishmael walked through the door we'd entered, though appeared from behind us.
Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changed every time someone walks through it.
No, can't be that. I fucked up. Chet, did I talk big shit before I should have? Shit, did I talk big shit?
I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the little nations of wings and back streets. So that is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a patch of the corridor that one called the Index Northfather. Across the broken door we might, however, it avails us that a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nursefather's azure corridor, afore it returns us to this room. The room is now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open.
Is there anything we can do?
Rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp dreams, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return.
That's pretty long.
The first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should go at least 3 days. Thanks, Rudia. So let's... oh, I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the Elgar's branches or dungeons, so... yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to give us this room a thorough search, then. No need. There's no exit. We cut open our own.
What about the part where it cuts your memories too? Deal with that yet?
No. Sword. Still cleaves my memory with every slash. Don't know where memory will slash away this time. It'll be something recent. Or when I hold dear.
Oi! Wait! Don't be so bloody rush about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person who holds on to the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sapia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryushu's arm. The Ryushu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other. It was clear that Ryushu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered some sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nice in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there?
There are thousands of them! Out of the question. Doing so will be putting ourselves at greater risk. That of casting ourselves in the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right in this room. That lady's last words, man. I'm seeing the flags. It's a hell of a risky move. Yeah, but I think Yoshida and her OP sword is our best bet.
Right, but what if we get lucky and they find us in a day or two?
Quit freaking out, HC. It'll only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I look towards the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arkashi's blade cleaves the wall, so does Ryoshi's memories. Are we getting somewhere? And thin strands of Ari's image, which should begin to coalesce, suddenly unraveled and fell apart once again. And still, Ari released the blade without hesitation. That's okay. We'll try again, so. Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories.
Welcome back! Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, I didn't fill you in. Information regarding the doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to recognize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible. Even if we rushed our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. As little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? Wait, what conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, and the current W Corp still kicking despite its rapid decline in recent years, as we know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? No, 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 no! You can't be fucking real. You know what I've sacrificed? Do you know what I did to prevent this? That time again. As we all know, the companies that... It's only natural that business conflicts would lead to a physical one as well. Then let me explain. The fall of One Wing, the old lobotomy corp before... Remember that game we played with Bluesy? Din? Remember that? A fun SCP game for the 40 minutes before my internet fucking popped and exploded. Yeah, that was after World War One. And to make that facility, we had to start a world war that involved several companies going to war with each other. That wasn't a state of relative peace inside of a city where outside of the city is basically a nightmare apocalypse. What he's talking about is they're getting ready for World War fucking II from that. The first game, we were trying to make things better. Now it turns out we're... you weren't even here for Gregor's thing. I can't even explain it from that. You'll understand, Dan. You'll see the Smoke War. The Smoke War was one company. This is about to be about 3 or 4 companies going to war. One company is set in history even 20 or 30 years later, like World War I. What we're about to do is on such a scale that the city might rip in half. And we have people on the outside ready to make this place bleed. We're not setting up for war. We're setting up for the end. It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking? Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will affect well on our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. It's becoming more common in these games. Actually, funny enough, Din, this is based off of South Korea, where this game is based. This game is based in Seoul, and that is what they based the first game off from their failed Patreon. And also where, like, their HQ is, the cafe, and they spread out from there, but, like, this is the world they imagine happening in the future. But they're trying to make a world where things get better. But it takes a brave few to do it. I can safely say that you should expect a positive view from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base. And we shared with Hohenheim everything that has happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust did not seem willing to discuss the subject of looming conflict, so we instead decided to leave Rush's memories and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim! Results out yet? Not yet, Assistant. I could remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take 20 minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Rishu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, and I could sense a definitive undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing that down a tad. You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. And speed up glasses. It'll bounce as soon as you hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but I'm not reading all that. Shut the fuck up. Eventually, the two sinners alternating turns hounded for results. Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis. Managed the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Well, done already. Yes, there are times when the test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work.
And why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm intending to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Ha! You think Yoshi would ever use acronyms straight? What if something like, shh, that's a full day. Unwind the work after that. And your verdict on her interpretation? Is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some way. How she That's the thing, Din, is that this was already a hopeless world, but sometimes it becomes a little bit more bright, you know? At the moment, I'm left caught with a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slowly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, get right to it. First, the memory of the time she complimented her for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, name has been erased from memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with manager Sode? Effie? I would have asked that in past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Good, Miss Sode wasn't here for that. That kid. I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? Pilot? Pilot, my boy! That she did. Among other miscellaneous don't worry, the 172 hours Don Quixote's tales of adventures and types of food she fed to a seek. God damn you, Trass! Fate upon it, doubts that say the memories most precious to young Ryushu and me have been thrown to utter destruction. Look, Don Q, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that? For by sheer volume, I'd say its mileage is acceptable. You erased several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Green Heath forgets stuff all the time. How's this any different? This seemingly inconsequential name of these particular memories wasn't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to be accessible by the scabbard of the Arakashki, or to be more precise, power of Arya's ego. The what now? That's so. Ryushu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain howl look in her eyes. All that remains of the Arya in Ryushu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be. Severed and removed again. Well, it takes a rather significant amount of time. The scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Ryushu's memories were erased at the cost of swinging Arakashki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. Ryushu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's gonna be like a cooldown timer? Whenever she gives it a long enough time to select the trivial memories? Don't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. Memories of the time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was a quite prescient memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of its weight. It's become rather clear that it takes more than the light memories to properly wield it. So our memories have been restored. As presumed, Mr. recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space,
Many things can be reminisced upon. Like Ryushu said, forgotten but not lost. Cluck. You just stepped foot in the world of Sangira. Fast the briefest smiles, then scatters away in a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will destroy it. What used to be here, the pockets of void in my heart. Me, my one and only. We should gaze, trace the invisible, the unperceivable. More days passed by us. We didn't spend those days idling. Visited Saudi and piled in Recavalli. We had a few odd jobs here, and they're like helping us suppress the distortion containment breach caused by the new LCE hire. With all those loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long. Kinda feels like we're home again. Return to the bus.
Ha, bus, sweet bus. Sure used to be a little bit more cushioning, but there's nothing like there out there, is there, huh? Damn, this sure a ride? Hella badass. Hey.
Between the two individuals that were looking rather pleased at Kara's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about something to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set coordinates somewhere as close as possible as the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you to a right empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus.
Nuts.
So what are you two doing here on the bus? Sorry to join the bed team, did you? Must admit, a certain degree of interest in hearing your exploits by accompanying you, though through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Think of which, how'd you manage to escape from your confinement?
I told him some stuff to help you with, and let me out to make me scribble over some docs. So confinement's hella boring. Well, let me get some air. Might as well say goodbye to them while I'm out and about, right?
I see. Exploit the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I told them that to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... Alright. Which out of the training is currently checked in the long-term recovery ward. No problem staying for shortage of manpower. I'd best include that in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valid dictation, I suppose. Those are going forward too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected. The day of the reunion must wait in the future. I would appreciate if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory. I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then.
Yo! Yoshide.
What?
We're... I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but... Listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So... see you later. Did I do that right?
Recognizing it to L. And call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Per the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two embarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer to a blindingly radiated portal massive enough to engulf the bus hull. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next?
Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius.
Oh, that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question.
Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us anywhere that's not downright bizarre?
Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile, as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, and deliver a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Let me just say it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination? District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N-Corp. So we're going there after all. N-Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. The rest of the seniors voiced their various gripes and discontents with N-Corp. Mercer, who probably had the most amount of history at the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unhinged expression. As though for him, none of this has changed.
Now departing. Vim vim.
With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. I did it. Trust, eat your fucking heart out. Fuck all you bitches.
Easy fucking lemon squeezy.
One tried it. One tried it. Didn't even. Boss fight who? Hard fight, huh? They call them one try trio, they truly do. So chat, is there anything you want to do tonight? So I'm okay to go for a little bit longer. Not for this game, because we've already beaten it, but, we got Trepang, we got Helldivers, we got Highland Life 2. That's Trepang. No, that's Entropy Zero. Entropy Zero was the one with Wilson. Trepang was the one where I was the super soldier with slow-mo. And I believe last time I was fighting a cult. Don't want to do some Trepang? It's up to you. I'm gonna stop the stream and restart it for the next game, however. Alright. Well, I'll see all of you in a bit. For some My Own Life, but I hope everyone had a very good time with this Limbus Company shit. 6 hours this took. That is how long a normal fucking Act 1 would take. Also, didn't you want to see something really funny before we stop?
See that? See that right there? See that chair? Yeah, you'd think that's a random chair, wouldn't you? That chair has almost 10 years of history. I shit you not. No. No, Din, I don't think you truly understand. I'm trying desperately to find the art of it. The original. I found it. It's from a YouTuber's video, but I found it. Yes, I know it looks like shit, but look a little familiar. That is from Lobotomy Corp. Literally 10 years before this game. She set this up to aura farm on a motherfucker. No, the company left that chair there as a reminder of what she did. Because that's an orbiter of the head, aka God sent down his angel to pimp slap you. She set that chair up. Oh no, it's also in Limbus Company. They point out that's literally why they left it there. In this game, that's literally why they left it there. And you see her rampage. It's not just an Easter egg. It's fucking canon. Anyway, I'm going to get High on Life ready. I'll be back in just a second.